Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to Soothing Keyboard Sounds. Everyone together now? No, I wasn't actually typing, so it wasn't as hard as it could have been, because if I actually type, then I don't know, put gibberish somewhere, and I don't like doing that. But nonetheless, welcome to the 6th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. With me tonight are 3 of our 4 vampires, and you can probably figure out who was missing unless I've gotten some really advanced animatronics going here, or some kind of, like, looping video that just makes it look like the person is there. If you see anyone do a sudden jump cut, then you'll know they are the absent member. No, we do not have a hypothetical Velociraptor as Flynn, but since she just has a static image here, it kind of doesn't affect the screen at all. So Flynn is absent, but I decided not to... I didn't have enough time to set up a graphical thing to depict that. We'll just, if we need to be reminded that Flynn is not here, then we'll say so. But yeah, Flynn is a ghostly presence watching over us. The cool thing about a game like Vampire the Masquerade being set in the modern day is that it's quite easy to just say someone's off. Like, we're not in a dungeon or climbing a snowy mountain and halfway through a trek in which the absence of a player character is really awkward. It's just, I don't know, they're getting their drink on somewhere else and decided not to hang with the cool kids. Joke's on them, we're going to have lots of fun. But we do have everyone else. We have Snip as Nulai in our top left, in his metropolitan high-rise, because Snip is incredibly rich, I guess. We have Katya, played by Blue Moon, in the bottom left. Is a cat still behind you? Because we can't see the cat right now. There is a cat behind you. That's very good. I am glad. This has improved my day.
We are blessed.
Yes. And at the bottom right, of course, we have Ruthie on Fire as Joanne. Now, destroying this silence by doing the thing I said I was going to focus on today and remember the damn music. Da-da-da. Oh, it's fine for when I'm just naming people. You guys don't need theme music. You're forces of personality enough as you are. So, before we get into the action, allow me to set the scene, as always. Remind everybody here, especially if someone's just tuned into this video randomly, of what we're watching. Vampire the Masquerade is set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, the occasional tax collector. Our 4 players will step once again into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. Now, our player coterie works for the Camarilla, which is a sort of secret vampire government. I know, it's a wonderful set of 3 words to put together into a sentence. The Camarilla set up in a city led by a prince, which is a gender-neutral term for vampires. And they exist to enforce a set of rules upon vampire society, whether or not the vampire society likes it. The prince and her court do this for the sake of survival and safety. Their number 1 rule, which is agreed upon by most vampires, even the ones that hate the damn camis, as they call them, is the masquerade. Keep hidden from mortals. If mortals become fully aware of vampire existence, if that just becomes a fact of mortal life, like, celebrity news, natural disasters, the blood-sucking menace on the streets, they would no doubt quickly find the weaponry necessary to destroy the vampires entirely. And in fact, these days, a lot of governments are aware of the vampire menace and are beginning to do just that, but it's not quite into full-blown panic just yet. Our game is set in Shadeport, a fictional city which could exist in any nation, or in none of them. Shadeport's Camarilla is new and small, with little control over the city as a whole. Given that the previous Camarilla government of Shadeport was completely wiped out 5 years ago. Due to some events that no one's quite sure on. The running theory is that a fella named Nathaniel, who was a high-up in the Camarilla, murdered the old prince, said, "Ha! I'm the prince now! Hee!" And then everyone else that didn't like him very much said, well, no, that's not how that works. And then a war happened, and then the government were like, hey, so there's a bunch of murders happening, and there's neck marks, and that to me says probably vampires. So they rolled in and pretty much purged the city of all fanged folk, leaving it a fairly normal city, all things considered. There wasn't a horrible wasteland or anything. They just said, terrorists. Yep, that's what happened. There was some military presence for a bit, but it was because of those terrorists, and they're gone now. We're fine. Everybody go on with your day, and you no longer need to wear neck protectors everywhere. Don't ask us why that was a thing. It's all good. I exaggerate a bit. Anyway, that was a long time ago. But the vampires that live here now are mostly newcomers within the last couple of years, tentatively returning once it finally began to look safe again. So a lot of them aren't exactly gung-ho about the Camarilla. A lot of them that came first were the daring, the brave, who saw Shadeport as a free place, where no one would tell them what to do. Meanwhile, Prince Juliet Hammersley and her sheriff, Mikhail, formed their new Camarilla court merely a couple months ago at this point, and they've got a lot of work to do, night by night, to establish themselves as the city's new great power. And our coterie do some of that work on their behalf. They report directly to Sheriff Mikhail, who reports directly to Prince Juliet, though they have a pretty solid working relationship with the prince themselves, given that one of us, Joanne, is in fact the prince's child. Not child the way humans, but like the prince is the one that bit. In our last session, the coterie was tasked with securing funding to arrange an official Elysium in Shadeport. An Elysium is a long-standing Camarilla tradition. It's basically a grand social event taking place in a very impressive building that gives off a sense of power and authority that promises safety to all attendees. Violence and aggressive use of vampiric abilities are entirely prohibited. It's seen as a time to form alliances, air grievances socially, assert social dominance, and dance the great socio-political dance without fear of ambush, betrayal, knives in the back or the front. While the specific venue has yet to be officially declared, our coterie did in fact accomplish that goal. They earned the respect and admiration of a wealthy backer, and so Shadeport's Elysium will be held in the not-too-distant future, somewhere in time and space. The main goal of that event will be to form, hopefully, an alliance, but at the very least a comfortable coexistence with another major group in Shadeport, the West Shadeport Collective, who we don't know a great deal about just yet. They're an anarch-leaning society of kindred groups in the west of the city, mostly, who form a kind of defensive pact, banding together to assert their independence, both against the Camarilla and against anyone else who wants to muscle their way in and declare themselves vampire king of the city or something. All we really know about them is one of those groups, the West Bank Boys, who are basically a gang of very overconfident people who aren't very good in a fight, apparently. At least not to these folks. Excellent ankle biting, by the way. And their overall leader/spokesman, a much more impressive figure named Theodore Church, who in his spare time likes to transform into a lion and break down doors. He's actually quite nice, other than that. For now, though, Elysium is some weeks away, so an uneasy sort of, state of coexistence has fallen, but the official negotiations will take place at the Elysium. At this stage, they're much too big to fight, so peace is definitely the preferred option. Plus, Juliet's not exactly a warmonger. But the Collective aren't the only group out there. There are others making their moves in the shadows, though some are seemingly benign. Others are a bit more sinister in nature. Let's see if some of those raise their heads tonight, shall we? We'll open at the conclusion of our last session. Our coteries finished their job. They are quite exhausted from a big party. And they would have checked in with the prince and let her know that everything went well. We don't need to do a big elongated debrief there. But just to check in with what people have walked away with. Flynn walked away with a few things, though Flynn is vanishing off to her own house, and we won't see her for a while, so we won't go into that. I believe Nulai and Katia didn't walk away with anything tangible. They mostly have bits of information here and there that can help them in what they wanted to know. Joanne, though, when Joanne walked out of her meeting with Osiris, they were carrying a big old scary-looking book. Now, the size and shape of this book, if you were intending to hide it from everyone, unless you have some sort of, like, TARDIS or some kind of size dimension changing. Let's say that this book is about... It's one of those, like, you put it on a pedestal and you rip it open. Carrying it in two hands semi-comfortably. In one hand, it's under your shoulder or very awkwardly and uncomfortable and your hand hurts. It is black. It looks old. The pages are...
Very tomey.
Yeah, it is a tome. It's not massively wide. It's more, large. And if you do open it and look in, you will find that the text is not in English.
Cool.
That's not the
Mystical
end of the
part.
world. You're a child of the modern day. You get the impression that with hard work and the powers of the internet and a very slow going, you would be able to work your way through figuring out what these symbols and words could mean.
Cool.
If you try hard. It was in a big old basket full of similar types of books, and you were told to grab one. You didn't have a lot of time to grab them in particular, but you were told that it has, vampiric secrets, histories of the kindred and the clans. He did say that there would be stuff relating to Malkavians in what you had grabbed, and there might be secrets to some power or just some stories about long ago. You don't know yet. But you have that, and it will take some time to go through. We can do a roll to see if you can learn something in the next 24 hours.
Cool.
But that's if you want to spend a hell of a lot of time poring over the book at home and doing nothing else.
Right.
Otherwise, you can wait and come back later.
I do kind of... I mean, I don't know. Do I... Yeah, kind of. It would be very on character to, like, kind of immediately go back and then rabbit hole for, like, 2 days, forget to eat.
Well, Nulai and Katia can get up to other mischief in that time. We can do... I don't want to do a full couple weeks time skip thing, which I had to shelve that when we learned Flynn wouldn't be with us, because while having Flynn missing for a couple of days, not really a mystery or a problem, if we do a 3-week session and one of the coteries just gone, that creates A, some missed opportunities, and B, some logistical gymnastics to be doing later, and I'd rather not do that, so we will be segueing into a more focused story, but for this opening bit, you can have a couple days to, we'll say 2, for Nulai to, I guess, get over his horrible experience on the dance floor, for Joanne to...
Right, he's gonna need to drink a lot to live down that shame.
Yes. So we can say that before things happen, you can do some solid research. We can just sort of play that out now before we move on to the others, if you'd like, because...
Tell me what to roll
Yes.
and do.
This is sort of vague as to when exactly you do this, but we'll say that you found the time. All right. because it is a long, focused task, you're in luck. It's going to be resolve for the traits side, which is your highest.
Oh, yeah.
And it will be occult. It is sort of a language translation sort of thing, but as you look into it, you find that it's more symbols than language. It's weird. This book is not logical. It's kind of magical in a way. You're more solving the puzzle of how to read this than you are translating it the way you would a book that happens to be in French or something.
Okay, so think Book of Shadows probably needs some mystical accoutrement to like link symbols or something like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your two dots in occult will help you figure out the pathway through this. We don't need to go into terrible amounts of creative detail unless you want to. I don't. So, I mean, I don't want to think it up. So, occult plus resolve would be the roll to make as to how successful you are in getting through a chapter that looks vaguely Malkavian, shall we say.
Okay, cool. So I would roll on occult with attribute resolve, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whew. Let's just show up the dice roll there. That would be a clean crit. Now, crit bonuses aren't really a thing in this game. Messy crit bonuses are, but those aren't really bonuses. Those are problems. The thing you get out of the crit is that your success count doubles. So those two zeros are actually 10s. That's what the crit is. And each 10 counts as one success, but when you crit, you get 4 successes instead of 2. That's what that means. That's why you have 5 successes and 6 dice, even though 3 failed. Because you get 2 for the 1 10, 2 for the other 10, and then 1 for the 8. 1 10 on its own is just 1 success, but for every pair, goes to 4 from 2. That's how the crits work.
That is incredibly
Aren't there also
confusing,
critical wins?
and I'm so glad you're here.
Sorry?
Aren't there also critical wins?
Yeah, but that's more tied to, like... It's just sort of a languagey thing.
I mean, some disciplines, at least from what I've read, have like extra effects on critical wins, but...
Yeah, that's not what we're doing, though. Like, that's... If we were doing a discipline, then we would look at that. I don't have a table for skills, because skills don't have solid rules of effect in that. It's not a spell. Anyhow, you did damn well, so 5 successes can help you identify a chapter on the theories of Malkavian madness, as it is put.
Oh, fun times.
Yes. This is not the very first page of the book. Not that you didn't necessarily try, but more the point of you're just going through this massive thing and trying to find something that you could latch onto and keep digging until you broke through, so to speak. So it's the book isn't entirely all about Malkavians, but this chapter in particular, it goes into sort of the Cainite history, which is not something you know a great deal about. Juliet sort of maybe offhand mentioned it, but it's not a topic that interests her a lot. But essentially, the prevailing theory for Kindred is that the first vampire was Cain. Biblical Cain. Cain slew Abel and was cursed by God. What's the curse? The curse is... So, Cain is the first generation vampire, and the people he bit were the second generation, and the people they bit were the third generation. And the third generation are considered the clan progenitors. One of them is referred to under a few names, but one of those names is Malkav. Otherwise called Micah, Marid, there's others that aren't as easy to pronounce. Pretty much you get the impression that all of these ancient vampires are known by different names and traditions depending on who you ask, but Malkav's misfortune is that he was cursed with madness, so this text reads, and all of his bloodline shared in it to a lesser degree. He supposedly, if this text has anything to say, he had everything that it is possible to have simultaneously at once.
Oh,
At this
wow.
point, your skepticism kicks in a little bit, but at the same time, you've seen a lot of things you wouldn't have believed since the bite, so, you know, maybe.
I kind of want to know if this fella's still around. That would definitely be a thought that crosses my mind reading through all of this. Like, is he holed up in some kind of vampire sanatorium somewhere?
The only thing that you would connect your mind to that you're aware of is this thing that maybe Jacob would have mentioned once when he was being a taunting little shit. There's this phenomenon that's happening at the minute to some older vampires called the beckoning. And the beckoning, or the calling, is a thing that is causing the old to pack up and fly to the Middle East. It's not happening to all of them. It seems to be happening in an increasing likelihood the older you are. And the rumors are that the really, really old vampires, the antediluvians, who may not exist, but again, you know, kindred rumors are a mess, are calling them to fight. And that's where they've been. So that's the only thing you've heard of. You heard him say the word antediluvian, it's the only time you've ever heard it, other than in this book. He could be talking shit, but that's a thought. Anyway.
I mean, it is Jacob. So, yeah.
The stories differ. And this book does not come to a conclusion about how Malkav went mad, but the popular story is that he pissed off his grandpa.
Ooh.
And he was cursed by Cain himself. You and your descendants and your descendants' descendants shall froth at the mouth and know no peace, and it's got a very biblical bent to it, obviously.
I really want to know what he did to piss him off that badly.
There are other options. Some say that it was Lilith, the biblical Lilith, mother of monsters. Not the most popular figure in the Christian Bible, but there's a lot of references to, was it Cain or was it Lilith, the first vampire? You're not really making a lot of sense of that at the moment because you're mostly focusing on this Malkav stuff, but you're seeing little bits of that there, and you reckon you could learn more with more time. But yeah, others say that Lilith cursed him, it wasn't Cain at all. And then some say that Malkav's power, Malkav's strength, was also his downfall, that the reason why he went mad was to do with his gift of sight, his gift of knowledge, his gift of enlightenment, his ability to see through to what was real. And whatever he saw was too much. And either it broke him, or he broke himself because he didn't want to deal with it.
Interesting.
So all four of those are floated as theories, but the book seems to take for a given that Malkav was real, that the antediluvians were real, that Cain was real, and that in some way or another, Malkav, whose progeny and their progeny went down the line to eventually feel connected via the name Clan Malkavian, all shared in this affliction that was put upon him by something.
Oh, juicy tidbits.
That's about as much as you can get, and it's a lot more than I was intending to say, until I was going to give you one option, and I gave you all four.
Yay!
So that's what a crit will get you.
That's the one.
In your reading, you saw a lot of little breadcrumbs to other things, and when we do it next time, when you'll have a lot more time, there might be a couple, I'll give you a couple chances. We can maybe talk beforehand about where you would want to look next, and I'll give you a few options. Just, don't Google VTM lore, you'll find it all out for yourself.
I'll leave that excitement up to you.
Well, I mean, you can, and it's just a question of character versus player knowledge. If you can separate that, I don't care what people know and don't know.
I'm not very good at that. Not gonna lie.
Okay, so Katya and Nulai have a day or two of free time before something happens. I'll check in. Katya, do you... What do you reckon Katya will have done in that time on her own?
Let's see. I don't know too much out of the ordinary. I think the bit of information, or at least speculation, I suppose, that I got from our esteemed benefactor was that Nathaniel, I think, in his opinion, could very well have been ministry. If I recall correctly.
The basic gist was, okay, so what you'd heard was that the Nathaniel of 5 years ago was not a traditional Camarilla clan, according to the Lion, who, seems trustworthy enough. The wealthy guy, he narrowed it down by saying he definitely wouldn't have been Banu Hakim because they didn't have a presence in Shadeport back then. So that leaves Ministry... Well, if they did they? I think it was that, and also the fact that Banu Hakim are a traditionally straight-laced clan that believe in justice and directness, and this current cult business is just not them at all. The cult Nathaniel whisperings that are going on, for one, could be blowing smoke, imposter sort of thing, but that sort of activity, very much reminiscent of clan ministry, using, pseudo-religious cult doctrine and brainwashing and, messing with people's minds. That's one of their favorite things. He also said that La Sombra also quite regularly are embedded into church structures, so that might be something they would do, but it's well out of the other clan's wheelhouse. So, but yeah, there's potential ministry involvement in this. To your own, I guess, thought, other clans that might be messing with people's brains. I mean, Malkavian isn't out of the question there. According to what you've been told, that wouldn't line up with Nathaniel, but that doesn't... if you're taking everything you know with a grain of salt, culty, brainwashy stuff tends to be a ministry thing, tends to be a Malkavian thing, can sometimes a little bit be a Toreador thing. Less often. Usually that's more of a cult of personality idea, which the Nathaniel thing could be. But since this Nathaniel is putting up posters with different people's faces and it's not all about an identifiable figure, you'd say, maybe not them. There's a lot of options. If you wanted to look into, say, Ministry in Shadeport, to see where they're held up and what sort of presence they have now, that's definitely an option. Same with any other clan, really. You could use your ability to hit the streets.
Katya is certainly interested in pursuing any lead that would help her better understand what happened, and by extension, how to prevent it from happening again.
Okay.
Since somebody seems somewhat interested in doing that. Or at least using the idea for personal benefit. And aside from that, of course, we'll walk the dog when he needs it, and if we can walk the dog with friends, that works too.
Okay,
Ooh.
Well, we'll say that you're keeping an ear open. How would you attempt to look into this Nathaniel cult business? Would you do it with an eye for intimidation, or just a more casual, streetwise kind of ask a question casually here?
I am actually not sure,
Okay.
because it seems like one of those things that is safest to do in conjunction with group activity, considering if whoever it is takes an interest in me, I don't want to be alone when they find out. So, as subtly as possible, which is not necessarily my thing, I concede.
You could go for streetwise and wits to do a very, very, very light, just in your travels, as you walk the dog, as you go to places, you're just looking around for signs. You've seen the posters before. Maybe you're traveling to different areas of the city to see if you find more of them, and if you do, look around to see if anyone interacts with them. Does that sound like a good way to spend a day?
I think that works for me.
Okay. Streetwise would be the button to press, and then you would add your wits to it. Because... Okay. 2 successes. That is a bestial failure, but since this is like an overtime roll, like it's not really failed, it's just how much do you see, so we can ignore that. 2 successes isn't a great amount, though. You don't see 0 posters. You would, if there were fewer of them, but they are in quite a lot of places. However, you never see them as horrendously intense as you saw them in Crestville with Melvin. You see it's just a lot more of a subtle thing. A wall full of band posters and little advertisements. There's a Nathaniel poster there. You see a few on shop windows that have been like pasted over by other posters like a lost dog and such, because people just see this weird thing like, fuck, I don't care, punk. So you see like little fragments of them. The problem is with that level of success is while you get a good feel that most places in this city have a bit of a presence there, except for Church's areas. You notice that because Church did tell you which parts of the city come under the collective, and you don't spend a lot of time in those because you don't want to be a vampire walking around and Camarilla aligned, but you feel safe enough in the West Bank area because they know you, and also you're dealing with the animal shelter there. By this point, you've probably had a conversation or two with the other dog guy from that group, and you wouldn't call yourselves friends, but you found an understanding, and he thinks that Pasha is adorable, so that helps. So not enough successes to get a lead, but enough successes to feel confident that this is a big problem, or rather it's a widespread problem. You don't know where exactly they are intensely concentrated, but they're hanging around everywhere they're allowed to hang around. You don't see anybody who looks involved with them, but occasionally you see people looking at them, being like, what the fuck is this? Maybe once or twice you see someone just sort of staring a little bit less than regular, just kind of... Maybe you tap them on the shoulder, like, ugh! And then, of course, you're creepy, so they then leave, but they didn't look all together. So that's the feel that you get. It's not nothing, but it's not a lot. Nulai, how do your couple days of freedom go? Day or two, no more.
Basically, when it comes to returning from the very shameful party, it takes a lot more than just alcohol to recover my pride.
Especially since alcohol tastes like dirt. Bloodahol?
Not all of it, but sure. So Nulai feels that for this feeling of, well, these many different feelings, mostly negative, he needs something a bit stronger, and the thing that comes to his mind when it comes to solving problems in your head is a bright, shining, greenish orb that
You mean the
has been
meditation
given-
stone?
Yes, exactly. And essentially, that's where we'll start.
Okay, so to recap, the saga of the meditation stone was a curious one. I'm just fixing everyone's health and willpower, by the way, since you're getting a few days to refresh hunger as well. The only thing that still doesn't heal is Nulai's aggravated willpower damage, because you just haven't had a win yet. One day. Alright, so yeah, to recap, the meditation stone was something that Juliet had, that she showed to Joanne as a way of focusing and centering and hoping to get in touch with the voice of the city, which Juliet claims speaks to her sometimes in the form of songs. And Nulai and Joanne have both heard this voice as well. It's World of Darkness. It's real. Don't worry. I'm not calling anybody a liar or hallucinating here. So Nulai was tasked by the mysterious and totally not Nathaniel Walter Crimson to steal this meditation stone, and he did. And then he turned himself in, and then it wasn't great. But he decided to stay in Juliet's good graces after all, and the end result is that Juliet decided, you know what, actually take this, give it to him, see what happens, be a double agent. So now he has it, and he hasn't given it back yet. I assume he's gonna. He's got a phone call to make to arrange it, and he has, I imagine, tried. It's been a week, but the phone wasn't answering, so that's not on Nulai. Hasn't been called back, didn't have the ability to leave a message, So yeah, you have this meditation stone, and you can use it to ruminate on any subject of your choosing. You're not sure what will call forth the song and what won't, whether it will allow you to focus and see other things, perhaps. It was directed at Joanne with the purpose of trying to hear music, but, you know, the stone itself, don't know enough about it. What would you say you do, though? Or what would you
I
think?
am definitely going to ruminate and on the possibilities, but to figure out who to ruminate on, so far Nulai has both focused his mind on Juliet and Mr. Crimson, but I think now it comes down to the people who are closest to him, at least in one sense, maybe in multiple senses, like physical senses, and also it would come down to his coterie members.
Right. Who first?
Let's start with the fellow Malkavi and Joanne.
Okay. So you get yourself into a quiet room. Your room, obviously, you don't want anyone to see you. Because you all live in your communal haven now, which is fairly private. You get your second floor rooms with well-reinforced walls, and basically, like, it's no one's gonna hear you. No one's gonna hear you, even if they're quite close by. And as you focus on Joanne, you're sort of maybe expecting to hear music of some kind. It doesn't really happen, though. Let's get a focused Auspex with it's not really mental concentration, you're more trying to meditate, so we'll say composure, which is slightly better for you anyhow. You're trying to stay calm and focused and not let your worries get in the way.
Hold on. Auspex and
Composure.
Composure.
Yeah, which button do you press to get a...
I don't think I have a dedicated button for that.
You can just add 2 to a composure roll. Yeah, it's interesting. They don't have a button to roll a power plus. And I mean, that's not really a game function, but I like to do that with Auspex, because there's lots of Auspex things that are... Jesus. My guys, can you maybe be less awesome in the... Like, could we maybe do these rolls during the action sequences when it's all cool and not when we're all holed up in our rooms researching?
Well,
Yeah,
I
that
do
would
have
be
to
nice.
point out. I do have to point out that out of the past 13 rouse checks, I have successfully failed 11 of them. You can call me New Light hungry or whatever, but I think I deserve this break.
You absolutely do. Okay. You do not hear a song, but your mind floats away, and it's like you become connected to the city. You float up and you start to see all the buildings, you see the cars moving around, you see the lights. You see the night. It's kind of like when they do like a time lapse. At first it scares you, but then you realize you're not dying as the sun comes up, and you're mentally floating bodiless above this city, sort of staring enraptured at the light. It's the first time you've seen it in a while, and you didn't really know how much you missed it. As the day moves really quickly, and that sun begins to fade again into sunset, you almost want to chase after it. But you can't. You can't really move. You're just observing, floating. And as the night falls, and it gets later, again in this fast time, and time starts to slow down. Feeling refreshed from what you saw up there, but knowing now that the reason why you're here and what you're seeing is about to take place. Your consciousness begins to float further towards the city. Eventually you find yourself in an apartment. You sort of float through the walls. It's late now. You float inside, and you sort of feel it flicker. Like something's strange. Something's odd. Something's odd. You head into this apartment room, and you see someone. Someone lying down and not looking very healthy. You don't get any closer to them, but you feel as though it's Joanne, and you feel as though this is not a good night in Joanne's life. And you see another figure, not floating, but it kind of feels that way. A figure of second chances. A figure of not safety, but you get the impression of bailing out from a bad situation, floating towards this collapsed Joanne. And you can hear whispered words. They're spoken with compassion, but also with a firmness. They float in and out of your consciousness. You're not getting exactly what's being said, but you're hearing things like, "It won't be long now. I can save you from this. You can get up again. Not live on precisely, but it doesn't have to be the end. But I need your permission. I know you can't talk right now, but trust me, I'll know." And as she's saying that, you see flickering again. It's not her that's flickering. It's not Joanne. It's not Juliet, who you recognize the voice. It's the room. The room is flickering. One moment it's this apartment. In the other moment, you're seeing a bedroom in Juliet's mansion. At least, Certainly looks like the furniture. You've not been in this particular room. Just sort of flickers in and out. It's both places at once. It's weird. And this memory, vision, whatever it is, slowly turns to static, and you're smart enough to know that you were seeing the moment Joanne became a kindred, but you don't know what the hell the flickering was about. And I am very sorry to Ruth that you don't get to ask what that was about either, because you're not witnessing this. But nonetheless, player knowledge separations, it's not that hard, right? Maybe I should have asked you to mute. I don't know. That's all you get.
As a player, I think I have an idea. As a character, I suppose I'm still deeply engrossed in my tome.
You are reading a book and loving it. As you come to, you don't feel like your head's sore or anything. You know that the more you use this, the more it tends to drain you, but you felt very, very in tune and perfectly fine there. In fact, you're still feeling kind of high from the sunrise. You don't feel like that impacted your energy at all, and you feel like you can keep going on and think about other people.
Can I first double check to see whether the day, whether any time actually passed, or whether it was just my imagination?
Doesn't seem like it. If you check the actual time and remember what it was before you did it, you've been meditating for a good 3 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. You weren't frozen in time, but you didn't lose a day either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all the sunlight, sunrise, sunset.
Fair.
At least made me check the date. Like,
Yeah.
the time is irrelevant. Well, I guess we're going down the list. We're following it up with Flynn.
Flynn. Okay. Roll again, but you can actually add an extra single dice to it because of how focused and ready and blissful you are right now.
So composure +3.
Yeah, that'll do. For the love of fuck. Messy critical, though. But 6 successes is a lot.
We're just rolling out the good numbers now, so there can be exciting, dramatic failures later.
Yeah, that's it. So, you get that. You focus on Flynn, and the world melts away again. And this time it doesn't feel quite so blissful. Everything sort of takes on a tinge of red. You hear blood pumping. Not per the beating of a heart. You hear, like, gulps. This isn't a good memory. And this time, there is musical accompaniment. You hear a voice, and it's not a terrifying voice. You're not going to be... You're going to be, like, disturbed on the surface level, sure, but this messy crit isn't as bad as they have been in the past. Perhaps because
Is it the same voice I recognized from before?
It's the voice of the singer, yes, but it's not a disturbed, horrible one that you're gonna keep you up at night forever. It's haunting in a cerebral kind of way, like it's really thinking about something. But you're not seeing clearly what's happening here. This is a vision of sensations. This is a vision of thoughts. You see shades of murky red. It's like you're swimming through blood, and you hear these gulps, and you can feel a sense of restraint. Not restraint as in emotional, but as in can't move. You feel something bad is happening here. Something not okay. You don't know who's doing it. You don't know who is having it done to them. But between that and the gulps of blood, and the singing that you hear is, caress the one, the never fading rain in your heart, tears of snow white sorrow, caress the one, the hiding amaranth in a land of the daybreak. It sort of recedes and splashes, and you feel as though you've just come out of a suffocating pool of blood, and you're yourself again, and you're fine, and you're breathing heavy, but you're not completely broken and ruined by this. This definitely wasn't fun, though. What the fuck, Flynn?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to continue on.
Up to you. You can, is the point. Your head isn't throbbing with pain, but definitely wasn't a refreshing, pleasant experience. As much as what you saw in the Joanne vision wasn't pleasant, it felt pleasant to you because of the other stuff.
I think Nulai ends up taking a couple of deep breaths, but eventually, gathers himself and goes for the final Katya.
Okay, just give me a quick second. Just sending Raptor the timestamp of when to watch that bit, because I think it's important that you do. Alright, let's go another roll, and you do not get the bonus die this time, but we're not going to take any from you either. Success is 1. You try to focus. You really do. You try to empty your mind of the weird things you saw for Flynn and the weird things you saw for Joanne, but they keep creeping in. You think maybe if you hang on to the sphere and wait a few days and try it again when you've fully refreshed, you might be able to calm and reflect on Katya and maybe learn something, but right now it's just all your mind. That's your brain. Your brain is full of things, and it does not have room for more things, and it starts to hurt as you keep going. Not gonna happen.
Well, that's that then. Nulai ponders on what he saw for a moment, and he makes up his mind. He gets up from his bed. I like to pretend that I was sitting on the bed, or Nulai was sitting on the bed and all while meditating. And he walks out of his room into the hallway until he finds himself in front of a door. It's Joanne's door. And gives it a couple of gentle knocks. Not any sort of trying not to be disturbing or anything, just letting know that somebody's out there.
Assuming that I'm not too buried in the book, I would probably hear and be like, yes?
It's me, Nulai. Can we talk for a moment?
Come in.
Luckily,
I'm also
we're not
caught up
normal.
on food.
I mean, even if we were normal vampires, that would be a good sign, but not not that I needed that, but it's nice to have the consent in that regard. Oh, Nulai opens the door, walks in, closes it after him, of course, and just looks around and, tries to see where, if there's somewhere Nulai could sit.
I have one of those. Do you know what a comfy sack is?
Like a beanbag?
It's better than a beanbag. It's literally a giant round pillow. It's huge, and I can't wait to actually get one for my stream room. It's amazing. You can sit there. Because I absolutely would have one in my own coterie. Duh.
Being a little, maybe, feeling a little awkward about it, but, not letting it bother him too much, Nulai will try to find a good, comfortable position to sit in, and ends up sitting, something like this. Just knees up and...
Can't be more awkward than my purse on your face, so...
So...
What's up?
I wanted to say I'm sorry for any troubles that I've caused.
Sure, I mean, you're new here, I guess, and it can be hard to know who to trust and whatever.
I mean, it's just like, well, I've just felt like I'm just a big lodestone to be dragged around sometimes. Like, I know, like, we haven't really been on the best terms here, and I wanna try and change that.
Well, it would be nice to have a fellow newbie to learn with, I guess, to study. I mean, we're both Malkavians, right? Maybe we get each other in a different way.
Yeah, like, I feel like, considering all this stuff, I like the voices, the visions, it's scary to me. And
yeah, hearing voices would be scary for anyone, I reckon.
yeah, it's like sometimes the voice it's pleasing, and sometimes it's just outright terrifying. And like when I was out there on the dance floor, I just I felt like this immense pressure. It's like everything was like, it's like one of those nightmares you have where you've said something dumb, or I guess in my case danced like an idiot, and everybody's just outright staring at you, and then like then I saw you, and I don't know, at the same time it felt a little reassuring, but at the same time, it just made me feel like, that's how you all feel about me. That I'm just a big, bumbling moron out here just screwing everything up for you, and it's not like I want to be one, but I guess, it's in my nature.
I don't know what you were like before you were kindred, but it's anything like me, then, most of the time we're bumbling idiots without intending to be. You're cool in my books. I'm not always the jolliest, and sometimes I put my foot in my mouth, but if you do need someone to talk to, you can always come and let me know. I'm never going to think badly of you for what's happening in your head.
That's kind of how I felt in a way. That's the impression I got.
You were spot on. Trust your instincts a little more, yeah?
I'll try. Listen, well, you already know about the magic orb and all.
The meditation thing?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I could use some company out there when returning it. Of course, you're not supposed to be, showing yourself and all, but it would be reassuring to know that if things go south, if things go bad, I could have someone out there, making sure that I can at least live another day.
So, sort of listening in to just sort of hear what goes down, make sure you're not vanishing into the mist, so to speak.
It's, an overseer of sorts, a guardian angel, if you like the Bible
Wow.
stuff.
As far as guardians go, I am probably the least imposing.
Well,
But
you're
maybe
not supposed to
Kyle
be
can teach me a
imposed.
trick or two, and I can
I mean,
just lurk around the corner or something.
yeah, you do have your invisibility powers.
I do. Okay. This could go really badly or it could go really well. Either way, it's
Yeah,
probably
we need
best
to
to have
play it.
2 heads rather than one.
Yeah, I still need to contact Mr. Crimson,
Okay.
and I'll let you know when things are going down, and we can figure out things from there.
Perfect.
So how's the book?
Well, as far as books go, not very readable, but we'll get there.
All right. I'll leave you at that.
And hey, if I find anything out about, I don't know, what it means to be Malkavian or whatever, I'll tell you. We gotta stick together, right?
I guess I never really had this sort of a feeling of sticking together, but if you say so.
Me neither. We'll muddle through this new stuff together then.
Thanks. It was it's a load off my chest. Well, if we can have those.
Anytime. You're welcome.
All right.
And
Okay.
here's me having not prepared the Persona social link rank up graphic for this particular stream. Darn! No. Good. Okay, I like that. The Crimson phone does eventually get back to you, and a meeting can be set, but it's in a few days, and some things are going to happen before then, so that we don't, completely derail our session. From a time perspective, I like the idea of doing the Crimson meeting next time when we're going to have a whole session dedicated to smaller stuff. But that's a good setup. I like that a lot. Nulai will now take a hit for you in battle. I don't know about that. Nulai will now die for you.
I can pass the baton.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've taken a was it a chair to the face for my squad? So a little reciprocation would be nice.
You're supposed to sit on it with the other end. Just for next time, if it helps. A little bit of advice. Okay, so that basically wraps up the stuff that happens in the downtime nights, as we'll put it. Joanne has a bit of history knowledge. Katia has a bit of a feel for the Nathaniel stuff. Nulai has learned some stuff about some of our coterie, and you will, if you try before the exchange, either at the end of this session or the start of next one, depending on how much time we have. You can go to learn about Katia again. Whether it succeeds or not is a question of the dice. But a few nights pass until y'all are all three of you are in the Haven at this point. May not necessarily be hanging out together. Maybe you're looking at the ground floor, which is currently a mess of 1/5 completed renovation work. The workmen aren't there when you're awake, although sometimes, Joanne, since you're sort of telling people what to do and who goes where, you catch them on their way out to overview the progress and be like, yes, this is good, no, that's ugly, fix that, things like that. But that's not interesting enough to roleplay. At the moment, it's still very bare bones, and it's, you could potentially have a conversation in there, but it doesn't look fantastic. No luxury bonuses or anything. That'll take some time and some work. But it's it's a wide open space with nice enough acoustics and a lovely echo if you should happen to shout at anyone. So that can add to the intimidation factor if you need to tell someone to fuck off or something like that. Anyway, it's early in the evening.
Nice ring to it.
And there is
I might say that for me at some point.
There is a rapping upon the door. Now, do you have like security people at the door, or is it more of an inviting kind of knock and or ring the bell, or how would one let you know that they would like to visit after hours?
Snap. I actually forgot, which security did we go with?
I think you went with mechanical stuff, technical security systems that would throw up an alarm for intruders or drop down a set of blast doors for the really important stuff.
Because I remember we discussed about like the difference between the cameras. Like the cameras would not pick up sneaky vampires who are intentionally being sneaky, but they would like pick up humans and stuff. I guess they would probably be like it is a business, so they would probably be your standard sort of CCTV vibes. You'd see if there was somebody standing there and be able to go, no, sketch.
Yeah, you'd be able to look at who's at the door via a little camera thing, and you can see, you see a man there with slicked back hair, wearing sunglasses at night, wearing... It's not formal wear. He's sort of dressed like...
A henchman?
Well-dressed modern douchebag, perhaps is how you would put it. He looks snazzy, but in a way that you don't necessarily respect. And he's got a sort of smug look on his face, and he's going at the camera.
Oh, of course he is.
Hello?
Oh,
Hello?
no.
Yes? You don't... None of you recognize him in any particular way, just from look, but you get the impression that he's... his opinion of himself is not small.
Oh, I really wish there was like some kind of, I don't know, Home Alone kind of booby trap thing where I don't know, you could release the scent of garlic and see if they run away or something like that.
He's wearing sunglasses at night. If that's not an indicator, what is?
Oh, fuck my life. Okay, well, I mean, it would be rude to just sort of...
Hello, my
Right.
friends! I do hope we could be friends.
Oh, no.
He snaps his
Okay.
fingers. Like...
Do we... Oh, do we let him in? If we're preparing... We're preparing a snack tray. Leave off the cheese. There's that aplenty. Yeah. Okay. Let's. Who's this fella?
He,
We'll open
sort
the
of
door and go.
sachets in. He smiles and takes an ostentatious bow, and he says, "My friends, my good new friends, do I have the pleasure of addressing the newest and most impressive members of the Shadeport Camarilla?"
Well, new. Well, quite the presumptuous fella, but yes, indeed. How do you do?
Oh, but your reputations precede, of course. My name... Well, first let me preface by saying that I represent the, unofficially, the interests and well-being of the clan Toreador. And my name, he sort of pauses for effect, is Max. Max Million. Now, Katia and Nulai, this name would perhaps blank you. Katia, maybe. But, Joanne, you know who this is. Now that you've said it.
Yeah,
Max
I do.
Million. Not Maximilian. Max and then million as in dollars.
I probably have a Maximilian satchel.
Within Shadeport,
Now I'm embarrassed to own it, to be
Yes.
honest.
I mean, he's not badly dressed. It's more the attitude that he's giving off. Max
Please.
is a fashion designer. He is a noted fashion designer, mostly by name, not by, like, as I say, he's not a celebrity who goes around throwing himself and his weight around everywhere, but it's sort of like a designer name that you would associate with clothes and with handbags and with, he's not like super world famous, but within Shadeport and probably other places would carry his stuff, but definitely Shadeport is his hometown. When he were to, if someone believes him when he says he's who he is, there is a lot of people out there whose response would be something to the tune of "Ah!" Not so perhaps this coterie. He's smiling and just assumes that all three of you will recognize that name. But only Joanne does, unless Katia would like to. Nulai, I'm gonna sort of say that no, you don't.
Face though.
Didn't think you'd mind.
To recognize and be unimpressed, I think would be my response.
Nice.
I might have a little oh, the designer. I love your winter 2015 collection or whatever.
Can I quickly ask before we continue this scene? Does someone have a phone near their mic? Because I just heard a vibrate. Whichever one of you didn't hear it is the culprit.
That is probably me. I usually have my phone on like a little rubber mat that stops the vibrations, but I forgot to put it there this time.
No worries. It wasn't particularly terrible. It was just if we could make that not happen again.
I
Alright.
shall do so.
So yeah, you sort of pay.
I'm gonna put a soundboarding on the YouTube video for that.
You don't no sell him. You know. Oh, that is delightful. Well, I am always happy to be a fan.
So, what brings you to us this evening, Max?
Well, being that we are all creatures of a certain predilection, and we are all, of course, servants of our prince. Now, this is one thing. I've said it before, but the Camarilla isn't just Juliet, Mikhail, Jacob, Gwendolyn, and the four of you. There are others that are more loosely associated, either because they are in clans that are traditionally associated, and you, Joanne, maybe wouldn't have heard that Maximilian is a Toreador. Now that you're looking at him, you're completely unsurprised.
Makes so much sense.
Yeah. But you're aware that that the Toreador have a fair number of people in the city, and that as far as Juliet says, they are members, they are on her side. They would be going to the Elysium, of course. And Max, if he is... When he says unofficial clan representative, you're savvy enough to think that he's hinting at... he would probably be the Primogen if Shadeport had gotten around to putting those in officially. Usually with Primogen, the prince technically picks them, but the clans kind of muscle in and say, it's this one or we riot. So that's this is the just from the way he said it, presuming that he is telling the truth, probably has some weight to throw around. He looks pretty young, not that means anything for a vampire, but he looks like 19, 20. He looks like a baby. He looks younger than how the three of you look, really, which is probably why he's somewhat of a private figure in terms of his fame, because 19, 20 looking fella who doesn't get any older in a city that got purged by the government once, it's not a good look. Anyway. As he walks in, just give me a second. I need to... do something off screen. Okay. So, Nulai and Joanne, you both have sensed the unseen. Nulai, yours does not. Ding! But Joanne, you notice as the door opens and Maximilian walks in and does his spiel, you notice that the door stays open just a little bit longer before it blows itself in, and you see someone else enter the room too. A figure you recognize.
Or...
Sorry?
Do I see them, or do I just know that there's someone else there?
You see them, but you know that no one else can. You get the This is one of the first times that you've actually successfully managed to do a detection, but you can sort of tell there's a kind of shadowy, wispy kind of way about her that says, you're not supposed to see me. And as she walks in, you recognize her well out. She's one of the Anarchs, actually. Long flowing blue hair. Sapphire, you believe the name was. Haha, blue hair. Probably not her birth name. She was the vampire that was hanging out with the West Bank boys and who snuck away to fetch the lion. Fetch Mr. Church. She didn't say much at the time. She mostly let first Derek and then Church do the talking, but the body language impression you got was that she was kind of supervising the idiot crew in a way, and going and bringing the boss in. Sorry?
She ranks.
Yeah. As she sort of walks in carefully, she locks eyes with you, notices that you notice her, smiles, and just sort of waves, tips her head, and then does this.
Okay. I don't respond to that, I guess, but now I'm wondering, who is she hiding from? Surely not from Katya and them. Is she hiding from Max? Like spying on him or something?
She, as he blovulates, she sort of walks up behind him and goes, kind of the wanker symbol. So Joanne starts giggling and no one knows why. Max just presumes that he is very funny.
Oh no.
Do you blow the cover, or do you just cruise along for now?
I'm gonna just, carry on with the charade. Let's see what happens. Maybe there's no...
Katya and Nulai remain unaware for now. Just out of curiosity, if this situation was reversed and it was Nulai who had passed the check, would you have revealed her?
Nulai would have probably poked Joanne with an elbow, like try to see if she sees what he's seeing.
If you do look at Nulai in any capacity, you will see no sign. Anyhow, she stops clowning around and just sort of relaxes and fades again. You still see her, but she's not doing anything. But yes, so he looks at you and says, Right, of course. Well, why am I here? You see, my clan have a bit of a problem, and knowing your stellar reputation as I do, well, of course, you would be the crew to ask for a bit of the old sheriffy stuff. Yes?
Sheriffy stuff?
Of course, you work for the sheriff, yes?
Yes. Well, let's just say that no one really can make the sheriff do anything.
Oh no! I'm specifically referring, of course, to the sheriff's quite skilled and talented hounds. I don't believe you need to involve him at all. In fact.
Ah. All right. Well, I'm not going to make any promises, but let's hear if we can. Assist our fellow kindred in some way.
It's quite a tragedy. Allow me to compose myself. Right, composed. I and mine have been worried lately. You will, of course, be aware of the lovely Miss Daisy Leroux. No, you are not. You've never heard this person before. He carries on. She is, of course, the light of the dance floor on any given night, and a valued member of Clan Toreador. In fact, one of my favourite clan's people. That's a weird phrase. Nonetheless, you see, dear Miss Daisy, she's stopped returning my calls over the past few weeks, and oh, I know what you're thinking. It's not a personal thing. No one has seen her. Now, you must understand, of course. Daisy was out about town every night. Every night. This is very, very out of character for her. She has not been seen leaving her apartment. We don't know if she's holed up in there, or if oh dear my, if she's been taken. She is, of course, well, somewhat of a local celebrity, just as I am. But because of that, the rumours do fly. People talk. People worry. They say perhaps that she's been abducted, or that she's escaped. She's eloped with some foul. Anyway, it would be unbecoming of someone of my great esteem to go poking around. For the sake of the Camarilla, for the Masquerade, for all of our safety, I think it is only right and fair that her whereabouts be looked into and that her safety be assured. Please.
Assuming, of course, that the Masquerade is at risk, it would definitely be in our interests to ascertain the whereabouts of Miss...
Leroux.
What's her name? Miss Leroux. You said that they've been saying things. Who's saying these things? Perhaps we can
Everybody.
start there.
Look, it's a busy life for individuals such as Daisy and myself. If there was someone specific that I believe you should be pointed to, then certainly that would have come up. But when I say that everyone's been talking, I literally mean it. Everyone has been talking. It's been the absolute number one topic on everyone's minds at the club, and everyone has a theory, and really it all just melts into so much mush after a while. What I would recommend, of course, is go to her home, find out if she's there. She lives in an apartment. She lives in not quite the penthouse, but close to it. And he just names a very boring apartment name, like, I don't know, the Rose Tower Apartments, some inner city wank. One of the many buildings that a bunch of people with a lot of money go and live in so that they can tower above the rest of the normals. You wouldn't have trouble finding it. And he says that would be my suggestion. Yes.
That is the most logical suggestion, but that being said, why would someone not more familiar with her go to her apartment? I mean, it would be rather strange for me to appear there, assuming the doorman would not know who I am. I'm not someone who is a familiar and regular guest of this Miss LaRue.
Why, there are many tactics you could take. Perhaps you are her debt collectors. Perhaps you are family from across the sea. Perhaps you met her on her last trip to Fiji and are looking to catch up. Perhaps you are exterminators trying to get some rats out of her apartment. Oh no, that would probably cause trouble with the rest of the building. I don't make me do my... I don't know if you expect me to do your job for you, but I'm no sheriff.
Well, I would... Allow me to be blunt, Max. Why have you not inquired as to Miss Daisy's whereabouts?
Miss Daisy and I are not on speaking terms at the moment.
Ah,
here's the question. Why should we care?
Because it is your job, my good fool.
Are you
I'm
expecting
sorry. I
trouble?
don't remember when you became my boss.
I am not! But the sheriff is, and the sheriff is, of course, the servant of the entire Camarilla.
So why don't you take it up with the sheriff? Why do you sneak around the sheriff and come talk to us?
So at this point, I step forward and I'm stifling some giggles. And I just, Max, if you would give me a moment, I would like to confer with my fellows. And if we can assist you, I will let you know. Would you like to wait while we chat? Or
yes, but
should
let's
I
just how badly does Nulai want an answer to that question?
Not the rush here. Like,
Okay.
I want it eventually.
Okay. Then in that case, he takes the opportunity to not listen as Joanne cuts in and says, of course. He, do you want him to go outside?
No, I'm sure we can, like, I don't know, go to the... Is there a kitchen?
It's a wide open, half-built space with barely any furniture. He can go stand in a corner, but he'll look awkward.
Okay, so we'll just, like, be here, and he could be there. I want to know, Katya...
Sapphire
think?
follows you, and as you're heading towards privacy, she simply whispers in your ear, "If you want me to go too, just, I don't know, nod your head."
I shrug.
She stays. Quick, go on, ask Katya.
Katya? I mean, what do you make of this nonsense? I can barely keep a straight face around him.
As you glance towards
agreed.
him, he is dancing to no music.
Okay. Cool.
If you look real closely, you can see earphones, but like, it's not that weird. But
I'm just going to
I was
presume
assuming
it's
he was
Dancing
just
with
hearing the
Myself
voice of
by
the
Billy Idol.
yes.
So, we are Mikhail's subordinates. We are easier to find than him. I do not find the request itself to be odd. I would
Did
like
say
to
that
know
he doesn't want
why.
the sheriff involved.
That's also true. He did specifically
In
say
which
that.
case, he most likely does not wish to expose himself to some manner of liability.
Huh. He did say they're not on speaking terms either. Could he be covering his own ass?
That would be my expectation.
I mean, so far it just sounds like we're doing the job of a stalker for him.
Yeah, either that or we're his alibi.
I mean,
If
I'm
a kindred
fine
has
either way. I
disappeared-
just want to know what I'm getting out of it.
I do not object to looking into it. The worst case scenario is that we knock on her door, she explains things away, and we wasted our time.
Fair. I mean, is that what? It could be. Oh, well, let's. I mean, it doesn't hurt to go and dip our toes in and see what's happening. We're also not required or bound by any blood agreement or oath to not tell Mikhail if we feel like shit's getting sketchy. So.
And quite frankly, do you think he won't know anyway?
Good point.
Somewhere on the other side of the city. Something is happening right now. Back to you.
All right, well, I beckon for Max to.
Yes. Max is now
Well-
in Namatsu. Gone. Don't mind my
Max?
reference there. Yeah, good.
We have discussed it, and there is no pressing matter that is occupying our attention and times right this moment.
Indeed.
I would be happy to investigate this for you, assuming it is something innocent.
I sincerely and earnestly hope that she has merely taken a 2-week vacation within the bounds of her own home. If so, that would set me at ease. Her and I may
We don't
have
like-
had an unpleasant conversation recently, but I personally, I just want her to be safe, and I want us to be safe. You know, they talk about government abducting people and experimenting on them to find better ways to kill vampires, and oh god! Sorry, controlling.
That sounds truly terrifying.
Yes!
Now, in the interest of my own safety and the safety of my friends here, just what was this unpleasant conversation about?
Miss Daisy is a wonderful kindred, but as a member of mortal society, she feels a little purposeless at times. And given that I have a wonderful body of work, she simply... Look, she wanted to contribute to my next catalogue, and quite frankly, she is not suited for design. Wonderful to talk to, terrible brain. Nonetheless...
An artist's quarrel.
Indeed.
I totally understand. You
I-
have nothing further to worry about, Max. We will investigate.
Could go to her apartment, and I guarantee you that the receptionist would pass on the same message to me now that he passed on the last time I asked, which is, and I quote, "Go fuck a toilet." I don't even know how one would do such a thing.
What, yours isn't big enough?
I wouldn't presume to even begin to understand.
Okay, I can't hide the giggles anymore.
But please, just sort it out. Find her, save her if she needs saving, and Do your damn jobs, sheriffy people.
Well,
I will
speaking of jobs,
do my good job.
what's in it for us?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well,
I'm
I
not your
won't interrupt
employer.
you, Nikolai. I will.
Well, our
Glance over with a
employer
little
doesn't even know
distaste.
about this job.
Well,
You just
I
asked
tell
us
you
to
what.
not inform our employer about this job.
You can absolutely tell your employer about this job. I just don't want to be in the same room as that dirty bloody Nosferatu.
And then I'll just nod and as if a light bulb of understanding has clicked on in my brain.
Katia, you are old enough to be well aware that Toreador and Nosferatu... Nosferatu like Toreador a lot because they're funny. Toreador tend not to like Nosferatu because Toreador are literally made uncomfortable by existing in unbeautiful surroundings. This is not a new thing. It's possible that he has something personal with Mikhail, but it's also very, very Toreador of him to simply not want to have to talk to him because of who he is. Toreadors are racist. It's
Cool.
beauty racist.
I think I probably don't have the same knowledge, but I would have made a connection there as well as going like, Toreador.
Toreador, yeah.
Yes. At this point, I would look at Max and go, "Say, Max, while it is my job, a sneak peek at your new collection before it hits the stands would be nice. From one kindred friend and admirer of style to another."
Well, that can certainly be arranged. Perhaps you could even be invited to a launch party or two.
I would love that.
He leans in.
New light? +1?
He leans out. He sort of... There's just a bit of teeth bringing. Well, we can discuss these things in future, yes?
Certainly. Over, I don't know, what passes for a cup of tea these days.
A cup of Therese.
I'll be in
Forgive my pun. Yes, of course. And thank you very much for your dedication to duty. He smiles at Joanne, smiles and nods at Katia, and then he leaves. Unless he is stopped, he turns around, goes out the door, and leaves. Anybody stop him?
I'm not stopping him, but I do want to know if Sapphire is still there. Is
She
she going
has-
to leave with him?
Not moved, she does not leave with him, and in fact, once the door closes behind, a voice rings out, and the two of you suddenly see this woman, and of course you've both seen her before, as she sort of asks, "So, can I have my meeting now?"
I giggle and I go, "Well, you could have knocked, but
I
that
was-
would have been a hard act to follow up."
I was going to, but then the walking Shakespeare showed up.
Remarkable timing. How do you do, Sapphire?
Well enough, do you two comment on the fucking sudden appearance of a person at all, or do you just let Joanne deal with this?
I will look surprised and a little displeased about having somebody appear in our would like to be secure haven, but I'll let her talk.
First of all, since you two seem a little at unease, this wasn't meant to look aggressive or clandestine and secretive or anything, no. I just didn't want Asshole to see me, and one thing led to another. The door was open while he went in, I came in too, and... I mean, your friend here saw me and didn't raise the alarm, so I called that permission.
I assumed after this that we were in safe company.
Okay, look. I'm not actually here for anything important. I know that whenever you see someone, you're thinking, oop, here's another mission, here's another secret revelation, 11th hour plot twist. No. I just wanted to talk to you. And she points at Joanne, smiles, and says, I got a job for you. Well, not a job, but like, you're a designer, right? You make stuff look good?
I used to. I'd have to dust off the old iPad, but sure, I'd relish the chance I miss it.
People die, but skills don't. You'll be fine. She sort of ignores the fact that you were enthused and acts like she had to convince you anyway. She goes into her spiel. She basically says, and this isn't terribly important, that her band, The Damned Unlucky, she wanted to call them Deadly Sunrise, but apparently that was too dangerous, are working on a new album, and there's all sorts of stuff for promotion and the cover and internet and just so many things that could use a discerning eye and a clever mind to make it really pop and look good. And I imagine Ulai and Katya just eyes sort of glaze over. It's not terribly important to our session, but basically, yep, she's negotiating details and what sort of fees, and you have a big old chat about it. Can I assume that you guys reach an understanding where the deal will happen?
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be fun.
Very mundane and regular.
And covered time. Like, honestly, old me would have died for this opportunity. So, you know.
And, you know, you've heard the name a bit. Like, they're a local band. They're not important. I mean, a band with a vampire vocalist tends to prefer not to get too famous. But, you know, they're around the rock scene, and she is not half bad. And it would be their second one. And the first one, you've seen it. Music's good, but visually, yeah, no, they need help. So you were happy to provide that. So,
I mean, even if they weren't a really awesome vampire rock band, I would probably want to help someone who has bad aesthetic. Just
yeah. She
nobody
looks
wants...
good. Like, she dresses well, but
nobody needs the MySpace cover album vibes. Nobody, literally no
yeah,
one.
It was very much the sort of, you know, backyard debut. We did this at home on, like, Photoshop and other such with high school level skills, you know. Points for trying, not for execution. Anyway, she gets to the end of that, and then she sort of looks around and says, "Oh, that was interesting. I had a lot of fun listening to that guy. I'm very glad I didn't have to talk to him personally, because, you know, I think I'd rather get herpes, but not that I can anymore. Oh, the joys of being dead. I can't help but notice something. You got a big, old, you know, mission ahead of you. Possibly just a big old blow over some sad socialite locked up in her tower away from all the fucking gaggle of paparazzi and the scary bastard that won't leave her alone. But hey, she might actually be in some serious trouble. And you seem to be down one fiery redhead.
I look at Katya. Oh,
I will simply nod. My perspective, though I won't voice it, is that any work we can do with her is potentially goodwill with the West End gang. That's a pragmatic perspective, which I won't vocally express to her.
With Katya's nod, because I know Katya's got them street smarts and is very good at sussing out things, I would go, well, we are down a sassy redhead. Opposite end of the color spectrum, it would definitely not go amiss if you're keen for a ride uptown.
I mean, I don't love hanging around rich dickheads, but I do love witnessing their misfortunes.
I don't love hanging around rich dickheads either, but as you say, looking upon them and judging righteously, it does feel good.
And hey, if we get into absolute deep miserable levels of shit, I've heard that those can be good bonding experiences.
I can confirm. Nulai, ready for a night out?
Well, I got nothing else to do.
Quick question, does Nulai have the same long hair that Snip does?
I don't believe so, no.
No. His would be
Aw.
about, like, about forehead. Like, he has one, like, slightly longer strand, but...
Are we talking
Most-
a 90s middle path bowl cut?
No.
Oh, damn it.
More like...
One after another.
You know, I knew a guy like you. His name was Davey. He, like, made an art form out of not giving a shit about anything. Do you know what happened to him?
No, he didn't, he had constipation.
No, seriously, I was asking if you knew him. I've got no idea what happened to him. Let's go.
Maybe I'm dead.
Oh. Awesome.
Davey was cuter. So, y'all get ready. You're going
I'll
to
take personal offense over that with my 4 points in looks.
That's true. Nulai does look very, 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 very beautiful. However, Sapphire's a troll. So... yeah, okay. Let's move our music. Okay, so the trip to the city, fairly uneventful. Katia, you're still sort of, watching the walls and the alleys occasionally because you're in that Nathaniel poster hunting mentality. In your neighborhood of Crestville, there used to be shitloads everywhere, but initiatives have been taken to remove those. You get the impression Flanagan kind of did that because he was really, really annoyed by Melvin. You never asked for it, but there's still a lot because there were like millions, but there's fewer. As you move out into other neighborhoods, yeah, you still see one or two here and there. Some of them starting to break and fray, others being pasted over or ripped down, but only halfway. When someone tries to rip a poster down, but their physical strength is less than their mental strength, and so they only get a ripping of maybe a quarter. Should have brought a tool. Nonetheless, the neighborhoods get more metropolitan and the skyscrapers start to appear. You follow the directions that Max gave you when he was not running his mouth off about other things in one of those brief pauses where he actually said something useful and tangible. It's nice. It's one of those, like, modern-looking entrances with like little garden segment on either side of the pathway to the door. It looks inviting and yet also better than you. It says, you will feel really comfortable here, except for the fact that you're not good enough. That's the general vibe. As you head inside, it's got it's a fairly big reception desk with like multiple receptionists. That's if you head inside. You could attempt to sneak around the back, but I mean the place is huge. So what would you? What would your game plan be as a unit? Sapphire is visible. She's not stealthing, though. She pointed out that if at any point you wanted to do some sneaking around, she would be happy to join or not join, and wouldn't have any trouble with it.
I would probably want us to do like a sort of maybe a quick sweep. Maybe one of us could go in and one accompany in stealth, much like the entrance of Sapphire. Because obviously a group of people going into an apartment to see a lonely socialite does not seem very suspicious at all now, doesn't it?
Hmm. But yeah, you don't necessarily know her room
No.
name and number. Max, if you did ask him for that specific, all he would have said was they never quite progressed to that level of relationship. He knows the building. That's it. So while while the elevators are like publicly accessible, like it's an apartment building, the rooms are locked. You don't have to go like you don't have to go to via a receptionist to visit someone. You do if you don't know where they live. There's it's a resplendent lobby floor with like, you know, restauranty area. It looks like if you poke around enough, you'll be able to like find a way into like back offices and such, and maybe you could do some stealth digging there, or you could go the direct social route and talk to one of the receptionists who looks bored, or one of the receptionists who looks more bored.
I mean, Sapphire could maybe be a model. We don't know that much, but we do know that Miss LaRue was trying to get into the design thing, so maybe we could say that we're here to see her about potentially a gig or something.
Sapphire's happy to play along with whatever game, unless you require her to, I don't know, go super alt-right in the roleplay. She draws a line there.
A new line and our blue-haired Sapphire. Like, I feel like we are model vibes.
How is Nulai dressed?
As usual, you know. Maybe not the best clothes, but you know, aren't the clothes usually provided by the designer anyway? It's a casual look.
Okay, that's an option, but you know, I will go with if you're approaching the receptionist, do that, and I'll go from there. If you're hanging back and trying to sneak around, we'll sort out what roles and such will happen. So it's up to what the three of you want to do, I suppose.
I wonder if Katya can maybe pose as the manager, take those two upstairs. I will follow cloaked and see if I can just like snoop around, hear things, see things, I don't know.
So I'm posing as the manager of the models or of the building, to be clear?
Models.
That's what I figured, just wanted to be sure.
A pair of glitzy-looking supermodels, despite the fact that one is dressed in a kind of punk rock outfit and the other one is Nulai.
So is this a friendly visit, or is this a recruitment mission? As far as our story goes?
A friendly visit to discuss schedules and possible work for the upcoming season.
Alright. We'll assume I dressed a little neater than I normally tend to. Probably
We did know
dug out
uptown.
the same mothballed old suit that I wore to the party.
Nice.
You could probably conclude it's the only one I have.
If you're paying enough attention. Alright. Receptionist looks up and smiles at the approach of Katya, Nulai, and Sapphire. He sort of looks at Nulai and Sapphire. It's like, phew. And you don't know who he's woofing at. It could be both, in fact. It's not Katya. But he smiles and you know, types something, and he says, God, what did I say? Rose Tower. He says, "Welcome to the Rose Tower. Are you?"
We have business with Daisy LaRue,
Daisy LaRue?
a resident. If you could ring her for us.
Let me see. Anybody using any sort of effects, like Well, Joanne, you have ore, and Flynn has ore, but Joanne and Flynn aren't here, so just, yeah. No one's using anything? Okay.
I don't quite have any powers that would enable me to see over his shoulder and see what buttons he's pressing.
Okay.
Nulai would probably heighten his senses for that.
Sight?
Yeah.
Okay. Nulai heightens his sight. You would still, like, you can sort of see his hands typing. Let's do it as a roll. For the record, it's too late to change this, but if you had a chosen hearing, you would have heard him whisper the room number under his breath as he was typing it in. But instead, you'll get a roll.
Wits and resolve.
Yes. I said yes, and then it didn't happen.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you said yes or not. Now come the fails.
You see his fingers really, really clearly as they move faster than you can determine what they're moving them on.
Ooh, nice fingers.
You can see that there is a single bead of sweat on one of his fingers. It's very tiny. Very tiny. Helps you not at all, but it's there. Yeah, he whispers, and then you hear him. He picks up the phone.
Can I heighten my senses to hear? Maybe if I can hear what he hears on the other end of the line.
You can now. You couldn't do it retroactively to hear the missed opportunity before. But if you're... Oh, are you stealthed at this point, so you're invisible? Okay. Did we need to... Technically that's a roll, but if you're, like, preparing it outside and, like... It's a rouse check. Actually, that's one thing. Everyone... Yeah, we missed our starting rouse check, so if we could get 2 from you and 1 from Katya and Nulai, just to see where the hungers are at.
Holy shit, I actually succeeded.
Wow. Watch mine fail dismally now.
As your hunger shoots up to 3. Well, it shoots up to 2. No, just to 2.
Okay.
Your hunger is 2. That's
Now I almost
fine.
want to do Plush of Life.
Yeah. You could. I don't usually go too out of the way on that. I find that to be somewhat of a more finicky thing, the way it's written, being like, oh, you look like a cold dead corpse to all people if you don't use it. I'm more like, you need it if you're... I prefer the uses of it to be like, if you want to pretend to eat, or if you want to bone someone. I don't feel like it's a necessary thing for every mortal social gathering, because it's just boring to have to cast it all the time. So yeah, that's more of a... I use this for a specific action, whether it's, eating or other such. But yeah, that's the Hunger Games, and you are able to... Basically, yeah, you can whisper in the ear of up to 2 people, but like they'd have to be next to each other, and that won't break it, but you can't touch... Like, you wouldn't be able to open a door. If you're following everyone up, that's fine. You just, they hold doors open for you and you pass through like a ghost. But, yeah, you become visible once you interact with objects. You can use it to sneak past and into a secured area, but once you start fucking around with things in the secured area, you're going to have to re-up the unseen passage when you when you feel like you might encounter people again. So
I just want to listen in my stealthiness. I don't need to do anything at the moment.
Yeah, and you can heighten your senses to hear him on the phone. You hear ringing, you hear ringing, and then it sort of rings out, and he sort of looks curious. Says, "Well, there is no answer, even though she does appear to be signed in. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can help you."
Would you mind if we went up and gave her door a quick knock? She would not want to miss a potential employment opportunity.
She is expecting us.
Well, just get a Katia will have to lead it because Katia spoke first, but we'll just get a sort of group check here to see how much he likes you. Now, you do get bonuses for this because you're flanked by Nulai and Sapphire, who are, you know, they look like a good team. It would be charisma persuasion here because you're being charming. It's not something you're great at, but you get a bonus die for Nulai and you get a bonus die for Sapphire. I think that gives you 4.
Mm-hmm.
Whew. 3 successes out of 4. He sort of, you know, non-committally nods and says, "Yes, well, you know, by all means, you can go up there to floor 37. I believe she's in apartment. Floor 37, apartment C."
My thanks. I nod and then gesture for the other two to follow me to the elevator.
I sneak along behind them.
Okay. So you managed to get into the elevator while keeping Joanne's stealth, and you can head on up to that floor. As the elevator is in motion, how about we take our break here and get water if we need it, pee if we need it, pray to whichever deity we like that the rolls won't betray us if we need it, and we'll return in a good 5-ish minutes to see what happens in the apartment. For those of you
suggest
watching.
prior-
Get pee, but it's not me.
Try not to panic, friends listening to this, but everything will get muted while I hit the BRB screen. So, till then. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are pleased that you stuck with us throughout the entire Mass Effect elevator, even though we didn't include elevator conversation. But the loading screen is over now, and we have arrived at one of the high-up floors. And you look around, and, you know, it's a nicely decorated apartment corridor. There's not too many doors on account of how the apartments are big and rich and glamoury, so it doesn't take long to find 3. You don't see any obvious signs of problems. It hasn't been smashed in or anything. It's a shut door with nothing to separate it from the others. There's a little pot plant to the side, but there's a lot of those. It's one of those, you know, we put pot plants there to make it look less like a boring corridor, but really it's still just a boring corridor. Do we have knocking?
Well, we shall be knocking upon the door.
Knock, knock, knocking upon Daisy's door. That didn't do anything. As you knocked, you felt the door rattle a little bit. A little bit.
I'll try the handle and see if it's unlocked.
It is, but it feels odd. The handle is a bit loose. It feels like it is unlocked, but not because it was supposed to be, if you catch the drift. But it's not obvious to look at. It's like just a very slight, like it's not been smashed. It's not. Yeah, it's odd. You open the door, you head in.
Okay, wait.
I'll just
We're in.
whisper back
Oh, of course.
for my team's sake. It feels like someone broke in, so be on your guard.
As the door opens, you look in upon, you know, the entranceway to. You don't see the room fully, but you see what you imagine is a nice-looking rich person's apartment before it was trashed. It is not completely trashed, actually. It's like, you know, there's a cabinet with a bunch of, like, not trophies, but little sculpture-y statue things. Some of them are knocked over, but many others look like they haven't been touched. It looks, rather than when they say a hurricane blew through here, it just looks like a small localized mini storm blew through some of it. You can see, just from this without walking in view, you can see that some of those sculpture thingies are knocked over and on the floor, and you can see it. To your mind, Katia, you'd say that an arm swiped out at it, caught some of them, didn't catch others. In other areas, you can see a little bit of damage to the wall here and there, as though someone was smacking it in certain places, but not in all places. The picture that you're sort of getting is that an individual had a tantrum here.
I'll take a look at some of the statues, see if there's any writing on them, what they were received for and when, that sort of thing.
Yeah, could have been a fight as well, but you know, it doesn't have that. The breaking the room was not the goal.
Well, I mean, like, are they like decorative statues, or are they actually like trophies for something?
Yeah, okay.
Like, what do they tell me about this person is what I'm getting at?
They tell you that this person is not been awarded for anything. They just like things that look nice and are expensive. From what you can tell, there's some shit made out of gold here. There's not all of it, but it's all like shiny and they're not terribly ugly or terribly attractive. The aesthetic taste of this person is just kind of boring. They seem to focus on, is it made out of expensive shit, not does it look cool? You're not an artist, you're not an expert in this sort of thing, but even you can be like, just in the back of your head, you're like, oh, this is why Max said no.
Catty will write it all off as a monument to vanity and take a look around. Are there doors to other rooms?
Yes, some of them are open, some of them are not. You can see a door leading to a bathroom that doesn't really look disturbed. You can see a door that is near it that is closed, and then you can see a way out to the balcony, and there you can see the most damage because one of the, those, like, glass door window things where you just get a full look at the outside or the balcony. One of those is just shattered bits. You're not close enough to step on the glass shards yet, but you would be if you head that way. Looks like it was broken outward, though, from inside, so a lot of that glass is out on the balcony, not on the carpet before it. There's strewn clothes and that around, and again, little bits of damage here and there, like there's a chair, one of its legs has been bent. Looks like whoever did that was strong.
Can I use my premonition?
You can. See if you can get a sort of feel of what happened.
Mm-hmm. How do I roll for that again?
I think if there is a roll to do, it will be attached to the power itself. Hang on, let me find it.
Resolve discipline.
It's a rouse check and a resolve plus Auspex, which is the discipline. Yeah, so the button that says discipline roll next to resolve and discipline on the right will give you that roll, but you also need to do a rouse check.
Okay.
Which you can get with the button to the left, but you can also get it down there. Alright, your hunger does not go to 3. You are keeping yourself under control. You're still a bit hungry, but you're not starting to look at your friends and be like, huh.
Okay, so now I click on the discipline roll.
You don't feel the sudden urge to ask Sapphire if she does coke.
Phew. Okay, it's just asking me for modifiers now, so I assume 0 and I submit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Really?
You...
Really?
Wow!
Really? Alright then.
But hey, it could have been worse. You could have got a bestial failure. The hunger rolls were 2 instead of 1. So instead of punishment, you just sort of, like, you try to reach out with the senses beyond those of your body and reach out with the senses of your mind to try and learn something. But all you're getting is the vague beginnings of a headache. If there's anything out there that wants to help you, sometimes, they're on vacation today. You hear a whistle as Sapphire walks in. I've seen better parties, but they gave it a shot.
Well, you can't have much of a party by yourself.
You think they
So I
did
guess
this on
I'll
their
walk-
own?
That's what it looks like to me so far.
Okay.
But I'll stride back and see what the bedroom has in store.
The first thing you notice if you don't notice an open bedroom, but there is a closed door that is the
That's
only
my
closed
assumption.
door, therefore probably leads to a bedroom. It's not locked or anything. It's not dented. It's just shut. As you open it, the first thing you notice on the wall, something you've been noticing a lot the last few days. There's a poster. It's one of the types that you saw around Crestville. It's an older-looking woman in this one, and all of the Nathaniel posters are the same thing. There is a photo of someone's face doing an exaggerated expression, and below it is the text, "Have you seen Nathaniel?" And this is of an older black woman, and her facial expression is one of, like, wincing, like cringing to the nth degree, possibly in pain, possibly just from embarrassment. You can't tell, but it's just this, like that with the hands. You can sort of see the beginnings of hands doing this at the very bottom, just under the text, where the portrait is cut off. Not a happy Nathaniel portrait, or the Nathaniel poster. And then, of course, have you seen Nathaniel? And that would bring forth some thoughts in your brain as you see it. As you look past that and look around at the rest of the bedroom, it is more thrown around than the outside room. Like, the covers have been ripped, and they're not on the bed, they're, like, off to the side. The bed itself is askew, the mattress has been, like, not launched off, but, like, it's tilted. Pillows are in different spots. The whatever was on the bedside table is strewn along the bottom of the bedside table. It's the messiest of the messy rooms. The poster is fine. So that's that. If any of you search the bathroom, you will find not a lot. You will find a mostly untouched bathroom. I'll just like go through it to see if the three of you are and Sapphire are poking around. The balcony is similar. There's the glass, but the balcony isn't full of much. There was, like, you know, outdoor chairs and a little outdoor table and a view. So there wasn't a lot to wreck there. Maybe there was one more chair and she tossed it off of the fucking side, but you don't know that. So
Does it look like the balcony railing is bent, as though somebody impacted it?
No. The balcony railing looks fine. Snip, what?
What about the bathroom cabinet? The medicine cabinet?
The vampire's medicine cabinet, like many vampire medicine cabinets, is more there for appearances, and once you open it, you don't find much in. There's, like, a couple of bottles and such that look like they're there just for the sake of not looking weird, but there's nothing as you go through. You're like, you know, whatever the brand name for Shadeport's medicines for, like, ibuprofen and all that. They're like, sure, okay. You don't see any secret cups of blood or anything strange.
No toothbrush, nothing.
No, there'd probably be a toothbrush, but it doesn't look like it gets use. Vampire teeth kind of don't get dirty.
Make a systematic search for a cell phone, if she left one behind. Person in a tantrum might have forgot it. That's, as far as I can think, the most likely thing to tell us about what she was up to before this happened.
Systematic search for a cell phone specifically, or just a general? Is there anything weird hidden anywhere?
If there's anything weird hidden, that's great too. But that's the number one informative thing I expect we might find.
That would be investigation and resolve for you. Do any of the other two help out in this endeavor?
I wanna.
If prompted, yeah.
Do you ask Nulai to help?
Certainly, if they don't seem to be doing anything else.
Might be going through the medicine cabinet, but who has the best investigation? Katya has 0. Nulai has 0.
I have 1.
Joanne has 1. Joanne can be the sort of role leader, and then you get bonus die because you're being helped.
Okay.
It's also good because, like, it's a focused task that takes a bit of time, so you get to use your resolve again.
Yay!
Would you say that Nulai helps, or is he just fucking about with the medicine cabinet and doesn't notice?
Yeah, he's like, you know, he's checking around, not really, you know, hardcore looking every nook and cranny, but, you know, just overall covering areas that others aren't covering.
Okay. I'll be generous. You get the investigation plus resolve, and then you can add 2 for the help from Katya and Nulai. You don't get a dice from Sapphire, who is searching like a mad thing, but she's not really doing anything with you. She's but once she started going around, she just sort of ignored everybody and is like, not intense. She doesn't look weird. She's doing her own thing here.
Did you say dice? 1 dice or 2?
2 bonus. 1 for each of the party. Okay, this is good. So, you don't find a cell phone. What you do find hidden away in every room, in some rooms in a couple places, you find little lenses that look like they are cameras. Just the whole place decked out. Most angles have a view. Balcony, not so much, but there's one that like looks down upon the actual thing. Bathroom, bedroom, main living space.
And someone knows we're here.
Yeah. You've probably voiced as you do this search, Katia, at least, about the idea of a cell phone, and it's at the very end of your search, after you've found these cameras, that you manage to find one. It is weirdly placed. It's in the bedroom, but it has been placed within, like, the inside of the bed covers. Like, you didn't, like, you moved there after you'd gone through everything sensible. You've moved from stuff lying around to stuff that was specifically, deliberately, intentionally, openly hidden somewhere, and that's where you found it. As you pull that out, you see Sapphire, who's now sitting on the bed. Damn it. I'm sorry, I just kind of wanted to find that first so I could, you know, do the whole, I'm better than you thing. I'm petty. I'm sorry. I like you guys, but we're not on the same team. It's, you know, I've been told to establish, not dominance, just a kind of, we're the cool guys! Better than you, stinking, rule-following... Look, well done. You have
told?
this one. Sorry?
You've been told?
We like to play games, so does my boss, what can I say? You know who he is, you've met him. He's nice and
Fair
friendly,
enough.
but, you know, he also... He's got teeth.
So Cuddy will let that slide and think. So, for these cameras, there's no visible logic to it. Like, this doesn't sound like something someone put up for security because it doesn't sound like they're even looking at entry points.
No,
They're
they
just
are.
seemingly oh, they are?
The cameras are placed such that everything is covered. It's not that there's a camera specifically at the door, but there is definitely a camera that has the door in it. So, like, it could well be a security setup, it could well be a surveillance spying setup. You don't know until you find the other end of it.
So the cameras are like, when you say lenses, you mean like they're essentially like these hidden cameras sticking out from like holes, or not sticking out, but
yeah,
more
they're
like,
in
you know, covering holes.
Whoever put these cameras in there does not want these cameras to be a thing that people see. You saw it because you have 6 fucking successes. And there's a fair few of them, but they're all very tiny, and in positions where they blend in, like, you know, bookshelf, buried in a pot plant, you know, that sort of shit. It's... Once you found the first one, you started looking for more, and once you knew what to find, they were easier, but the first one took a lot of searching to find. And there's a good 5 or 6, and you get the impression that they just create a feed of this whole apartment. Whoever's in it, no matter where they are, there's a camera on them.
We assume they are Wi-Fi cameras,
Probably.
right?
Are all the cameras like located in a way that you could assume that they're, you know, maybe from another room, or are they scattered all around so that you essentially would just have to start breaking walls?
Like, you're trying to figure out where they lead to, isn't it?
Yeah, well, more like, you know, where they are pointed from. So, like, what is exactly, where do they exist? Are they inside the walls, or are they, you know, maybe in, you know, on the other side of the wall?
Well, they're like the tiny little remote spy camera type things where you get the impression that, you know, if you pull the thing out and crush it under your foot, so long as your foot's strong enough, that's it
Right.
dead. Not that it has like a full
Right. It has no
bulky
connection to any place.
mechanism. Yeah, as Joanne put out, Wi-Fi, like there's no wires that you can follow to find a trail. It's just these little plugins that, I mean, presuming that they are cameras, but you don't know what else the little weird lensy things could be. It certainly looks like a spy camera setup.
Can I
small one? You can absolutely. Yeah, it comes with you.
Cool.
But you do have the phone now, which Sapphire is interested in, even though her little game failed.
Katja found it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's... If it's not password protected or anything, let's open it up and take a look at recent text messages.
It doesn't have a password protection, but it has one of those swipe pattern things where you got like the 9 thingies. You could just enter in a bunch, but
I could, but let's attempt madness here and see if there's any obvious pattern suggested by the Nathaniel poster.
Meanwhile, Nula would, in the meantime, like to look around for dismembered fingers, if any of those are found around.
okay.
Are you
Nulai-
expecting to find any?
Well, I mean, it could be a fingerprint scanner on the other side of the phone.
Roll investigation plus intelligence feels like the wrong choice. You go with resolve. It's the same sort of check if you're looking throughout the house for a thing.
You're not getting much out of this one.
Yeah, well, you weren't going to get much out of it anyway. 0 successes means you don't find any fingers, as would 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 successes. Though at 10 successes, you may, at that point, realize that there are 10 fingers available to you, but they're attached to you. 8 if you're going to be pedantic about the thumbs.
Well, depends on my insurance.
You would in that case have an existential moment of dread and despair and disappointment that you are not in fact a Simpson.
And other disappointment.
Yeah. Stay yellow, stay yellow. If only. So, you're trying to sort of, I guess, reason and logic to see if there's any sort of Nathaniel-related symbol that you could go with. I mean, if you want to use the dice to see if you have a flash of inspiration, we could do that. It'll be wits, and let's call it insight.
I can only use premonition once per session, right?
Voluntarily, yes. And if it fails, it fails. If I give you one, then you have one. 1 success. The best you can think of to do is, like, try and do an N. Do you attempt that, or do you dismiss that as obvious bullshit?
Sure, we'll try.
Yeah, it works. I don't want to like roadblock you guys on a fucking code. That's boring. No, it was the more successes, you would have been more sure that she was that simple than that would have, because like it fits in with how basic she is with her tastes.
Yeah. Oh, hashtag basic bitches not wanted.
Yeah, we're in a substance-free apartment. I can tell you that. It works, and you can look through all of the stuff that you can look through on a smartphone, but in the interest of expedience, we will say that it doesn't take you long to notice a security-looking app, and if you go into it... Do you go into it?
Mm-hmm.
If you go into it, you will, in fact, get access to some camera feeds.
Smile, everyone.
Huh.
Looking around at the phone, though, you can identify it as Daisy's, the social media accounts and everything else. Like, the impression here is that this is, in fact, her fully willful surveillance system upon herself.
That is weird. It's very weird. So we're dealing with a paranoid, not incredibly smart vampire.
She is a party girl socialite. Maybe she's afraid that people are going to break into her house. Also, it kind of seems like her house was broken into, so there's that.
So are there past recordings on the security app, or is it just live feeds?
That is something that you can rummage around for.
Most certainly.
Well, I will just point it out to Katya, because since she's still holding the
Just
phone.
snatch the phone. Mine now! No. Yes.
Sure.
You can find saved recordings, and they seem to be sort of like motion sensor kind of, basically as a way to avoid having you guys sit there through literal days of feed. The ones that are saved are the more active moments, at least while the cameras are on. You notice that the camera is switched on, but you can, with the app, turn it off as well and have the whole thing stop broadcasting and recording. But yeah, there's a few segments, so to speak. The first one you come to shows a woman sort of pacing around back and forth, very agitated. And at one point she lashes out and hits her cabinet, knocks over some of the things. You can't fully hear what she's saying because it's muttering. But you do hear Nathaniel pop up, and you hear something like, "I was supposed to see," or like, when will I? And she just looks very, paranoid isn't the right word, just more very agitated and anxious, and like she's waiting for something, and that's why she's
She
smacking
sounds disappointed.
Yeah. I mean, I assume you're all sort of gathered around watching and listening to this. You keep flicking through, you see similar things to that. It seems like she just... I mean, you don't have footage of the down moments, but it seems like that she kept getting into these worked up, smacking things, running around. And then you see one that's her... you can... This recording allows you to swap perspective. And so one starts, and you can hear some sort of thudding and thumping, but the camera that opened up by default on this one is the bedroom, or one of the bedroom views, and you can see her staring at the poster, just semi-catatonic, but standing up, in a similar way to, but more intense, of what you have occasionally just seen a person doing.
Sorry, Daisy, it's not a magic eye poster.
You can hear the thudding, and I assume you flick the cameras around to see the door just not being smashed, but just being, I guess, jolted and jostled with until it comes open. And two people calmly walk in, wearing outfits that identify them as paramedics.
Okay, how does she react to this?
As they walk in, she's staring. One of them, young, unassuming-looking man, and the other one, a young, unassuming-looking woman, taps her on the shoulder, says, "Miss LaRue, Miss LaRue, Miss LaRue, we're here for you. It's time." It's time? Is he going to show me? Yes, you've been patient. You've worked well. And now, it's time for the reward. I don't see. Where is Dr. Hansen? We're going to take you to Dr. Hansen. We're going to take you right away. Will you come with us? Of course. I've been waiting so long. I don't know if you've noticed, I've had a bit of a... It's been hard. We understand, we understand. It's alright, we'll take you now. And they sort of platitudes as they are walking this dazed woman out. They walk out, you see the door sort of close, and there's some kind of fiddling as the door handle is kind of moved to its original position that you encountered it, where, because it was a little bit bent, not like the metal, but like it was, you could see from how they got in that that's not supposed to be sitting like that, but they move it into a position that almost looks good, to the point where it took until you were holding it for you to realize it was not okay. So whoever they are real good at that shit. They take her out.
Okay. 3 little points. I'm gonna turn off the recording, so anybody else is watching it, they don't hear anything else that we talk about.
Yeah.
2. Do the paramedics, is there any kind of recognizable uniform insignia on what they're wearing, or is it just a bit too generic to signify anything?
They don't have Shady Bastard Hospital written on their backs, if that's what you were hoping for. There's nothing identifying, no.
Because if it was legit, then she would have been signed out the building. So they obviously didn't go out the normal way.
I'd like to search her text messages, and if she has any kind of email app or whatever, look for any mentions of a Dr. Hansen.
Mm-hmm. You can go through that. I won't necessarily make you roll. There's no one who is listed as Dr. Hansen, and you could go through and read lots of very, very boring and like very, very many instances of her flirting with people and her begging better-known people for party invites and opportunities, and basically just you get the Max was an idiot, but you're kind of starting to believe him. This person very much is one of those, I would like to be the rich and famous, and I have the money, but the famous is only because of my money. I have nothing going for me, and I'm really trying to be impressive in some way, and no one really wants to help. It's kind of sad in a way, but also, like, as someone who does not share those aspirations at all, you can't help but think it's just a waste of a lot of effort and energy.
This was a sad creature looking for somewhere to belong.
Yeah.
That is an observation I can share with the room.
Sapphire nods.
But that doesn't tell us where she is.
Sapphire speaks up at this point and says, Hansen?
Mm-hmm.
Do a search for do a search for a first name. Like you did a search for Hansen and you didn't find it. Do a search for Emile. Emile. She says that she doesn't elaborate, but you get a chat with an Emile, and you see a bearded, not old, but like say in his 40s. It's a friendly chat, but it is not as flirty as her usual, and it's very like straight away you're seeing things about offers to, like, I can really help you, you know, find your place in this city. I know what you're looking for. I have a friend who can help you. Sapphire's kind of looking over your shoulder and says, yeah, that'll be the guy. Well, good news. We're going to Grace Hospital. Dr. Emile Hansen. I don't know him, but hey. It's my job to know as much about the bloodsuckers of Shadeport as I can for Theodore Church, and he is definitely on our radar as a major A-League creep. Vampires who work in hospitals, they tend not to be nice.
Lovely.
I don't know much about him, I just know that he works there, and seems like he keeps some interesting friends, she says, looking up at the Nathaniel poster. You can keep going into the chat. It's kind of vague. There's a lot of references to meetings, but not specific addresses. It seems like meetings at the club. Like they weren't. You don't see a lead to a cult hangout. You just see a lot of suggestions that the more... Emil was being careful. There was no discussion of vampire business, even though they're both clearly kindred. It was a lot of vague stuff and references to in-person conversations to the tune of, just wait a little longer, think about the gift I gave you, look at it, I hope it will find you, perhaps it will keep you at peace. This is some overwhelming stuff where you're going to need to be prepared. We're not ready for you yet. I'll send someone in a couple of days as her messages get more desperate, like when is this going to happen? But just both of them, despite her desperation, she is keeping away from any detail that will really help there.
Well, we could go to the hospital and ask for this Emil, although I fear we would be possibly walking into an enemy stronghold. I'm open to other suggestions.
Would it be prudent at this point to maybe have a quick chat with Mikhail?
It could very well.
Sounds like
He may
this. Sounds like this courtesy house call has upgraded into serious abduction situations. So, yeah, you should probably tell your. She looks at you.
You can say, boss. It's accurate enough.
No. Max, asshole, he said Nosferatu. That's why I've never seen that asshole. Nice. Sorry, I don't mean to call your boss an asshole. Like it's an impressed asshole. People don't usually not get seen by me. It's hard to do. I would like to shake his hand, but I don't know if I could find him to do so. Oh well. Say what you need. I can like move if you don't want me to listen in on your Cammy business.
Well, Mikhail is not one for secrets. Since you are here with us, it might be in all our favors to actually bring him in on it. Perhaps you'll get to shake his hand after all.
Sounds good.
I would probably then just give Mikhail a call. So we're in we're in Snobville.
As
Wanna come say hi?
Okay, as he picks up, you can hear. Hello, Joanne. I hope this is really important.
Well, it is, but it does sound like you might be really busy right now.
Oh God, please stop! No, please. I am always happy to help my friends in the Camarilla. Hang on a second. You hear the sound stops. The screaming doesn't.
Oh wow. Okay.
He said, "Hang on a second," and yeah, the sound stops. The screaming doesn't, and after a little bit of that, you hear a shh, 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 and the streaming stops too. And he comes back and he says, "My friend is asleep. We can talk."
Wow. It sounds like a lovely evening out. Or in, alternatively. Would this business of yours allow you to pop out for a minute? Can we come to you, or should we conduct our conversation?
Oh, you don't want to be here.
Huh. Alright.
Katya might, but you don't.
Long story short, Katya, Nula, and myself are in Snobville.
Oh,
We
my
are
condolences.
accompanied by a certain blue-haired lass who I'm sure you'll remember.
I've been told. You know what? Cancel my 2 a.m. Yeah. It's not funny, really. I thought it would be a funny joke, but... Okay, look. Now, you're probably wondering why there was a screaming man and chainsaw sounds. I understand this curiosity, it is healthy.
I am very curious. However, my stomach is less curious than my brain. So we'll leave it at mysterious business. And yeah, you want to come and see this.
If it helps, he deserved it.
I'm sure he did.
They don't always, but he did! In fact, I'm very happy about that. Right! I will be by. You give it a rest. Yada, yada, yada. Says, I might not be able to stay and help you with your grand adventure, but I would love to meet your blue-haired friend. Click.
Cool. So he's on his way.
He does not give you a chance to, like, say anywhere else to meet. He's just like, no, stay there in the apartment you broke into. It's fine, I'll be there. Doesn't take long. 15-ish minutes, you guys sort of awkwardly try to make yourself comfortable in this house that isn't yours. You're not sure how he necessarily makes his way through the apartment building and up and in, given how he looks, but you also know that he can look different if he wants to. And indeed, there is a knock upon the apartment door, and you hear a sharp voice call out, Doom service!
Oh, the giggles that I go let him in.
Looks around. I've seen better parties. That's what I said! Who the fuck? Oh, hello. My name is Mikhail. My name is Sapphire. They just sort of talk shop for a minute. They both seem to occupy the same role in their various organizations. You just let them. The hands are shake. I don't want to do a full roleplay session with myself on camera. That sounds not appropriate. So, hands are shaken, and they seem to be friends and have a similar sort of attitude to life. Both try to, like, get each other to talk about their bosses, and both basically tell each other to fuck off. And eventually they wind down, and Mikhail turns to you and says, Okay, why are we in a rich woman's apartment without a rich woman? Normally there's a rich woman here.
She was taken away to a hospital.
Are they going to surgically extract the money?
Could be, wouldn't rule it out.
I assume that you guys tell him everything you know, rather than awkwardly go into a character exposition. He's thinking, he grimaces at Max, talks about how he tries to avoid that guy as much as possible, but says, look, the man is an asshole, but, you know, he's not, there's no secret agenda here, he is not part of this Nathaniel BS. He is a toreador who is about as much fun to talk to as a wood chipper, and doesn't really care about much beyond himself and his image. He is in charge of them, he wants to continue being in charge of them, so when one of his goes missing, even if he secretly finds her insufferable and annoying, he has to make a move. He doesn't want anything to do with me, because he thinks I am ugly. He is correct, but I don't give a fuck. So, here we are.
Do we know anything about this doctor? Because if we are going to follow the missing woman, that's where it leads.
I could do a check, but it will take time, and this woman may not have that time. He sort of looks sheepish, looks at Sapphire, and says, You have me beat on this one. It was a more impressive haha than that. My voice choked there, but, you know. He says, it's not that I can't help you at all. Grace Hospital? There is a member of the staff there who, if you were to approach them and ask them to take you to this Dr. Hansen's office, you would be led to this Dr. Hansen's office without any questions, so long as you say one word. And that word is Mikhail. If you don't say that word, then you will be looked at funny and probably escorted out of the building, so I recommend including the word. Can't
Will
join you
do.
though, I have a man to kill.
Do we need to prepare anything before we go?
Do you need to
Fighting
be
is
ready
not my
to go into a potential cultist den? No, just wander in whistling ha la 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 and see what happens to you. Yes, prepare, idiot! I'm not your mother.
Well, I'm not really great at fighting, Mikhail. Last time we went into one of these, do you remember what I looked like when I got back?
Alive, well, so to speak.
Just make
So
sure
should we disguise?
I'm between you and them. It usually works out.
But no, I understand. If it was just the three of you without Flynn, I would recommend backup, but what are your skills and abilities, blue-haired wonder? Well, I can sneak up behind people and slit their throat, I can run really, really fast. I also have a lion on speed dial. She is perfect, you'll be fine.
Cool.
It gives you the name of the staff member. It is not a doctor or a nurse, but an orderly.
Always the orderlies, man.
Yeah,
Always. Get your business.
no one like particularly in depth. Their name is Emmett, and they are hopefully working at that time. You were given a physical description. Could really be anywhere in the hospital, so you might get lucky, you might not there, but if you do find them, you will be able to get where you're going a lot faster than if you're just stumbling around.
Cool.
Mikhail basically says, look, if you're happy to do this, technically it is my job to see after a missing kindred. I have a busy schedule tonight, and it cannot wait any longer than this, so I will look for her tomorrow if you don't look for her tonight. But if she gets extra dead between tonight and tomorrow, that looks bad on all of us.
Well, if we don't come back, you know where to look for us.
If you don't come back out of that, I'm going to get a napalm torch and set the hospital on fire.
I feel very secure.
People don't usually say that after I threaten to set hospitals on fire. I like it.
Well, what can I say? I like you, Mikhail.
Most people do. Until I give them a reason not to. He doesn't look at Nulai. Not because he doesn't like Nulai, but because he has been informed not to. To Mikhail's mind, that's all water under the bridge and everything is fine, but Juliet has at this point flagged down Mikhail and mentioned that Nulai would appreciate it if Mikhail was distant from him, and Mikhail has this weird little quirk where when his boss says do something, he just does it and doesn't ask why. It's rare. I wouldn't even recommend it as a quirk, it can lead to problems.
It seems extremely out of character for me. Definitely an impossibility. If I do something without asking why, you need to start asking questions.
Something's
Like,
happened.
am I okay? Where have I been? Did someone fiddle with my brain? Like, yes.
Not the loyalty of a pack dog, I see.
Do we go to the hospital?
I think so.
It's not in the same neighborhood. Yeah, it's a little ways out, but it's still like an urban metropolitan hospital. It's seen as it is a private hospital. It is for the well-to-do, but there are a few like ways in. You can go in with a mind to, you know, say that you could go into like the regular admittance entry. It's not, you know, it's not exactly a usual time for someone to have a hospital appointment right now, though, so you might have trouble going that way, but emergency is open and available and full of loudness. Or
That would be a good place to go in.
you could always
or I
back door if you wanna break in.
can I go sneaky like? Maybe Sapphire and I go all super stealth.
I am very happy to not be visible in a creepy hospital, yeah.
Cool.
If you can get me a pair of scrubs, I can pretend to be a doctor.
You can't do this all on your own, you're no Superman. Sorry. I hope that reference was gotten. You're right there, Nilla? Yeah, no, you could like source a doctor's outfit. Like, you would perhaps be able to do that before you went over. It's, you know, the Camarilla's resourceful.
To what end, though? Because we're not trying to like find a patient. We need to find an orderly.
To move about without
An
being
orderly to lead us to a patient. I mean, it's not just finding the orderly. We need to stay in the hospital for the patient as well.
But yeah, it would be possible to get disguises for the visible ones among you, and for the invisible ones if you decide to go with 4 hospital worker-looking people. That's definitely on the cards. While Mikhail is there, he can, you know. Mikhail doesn't personally need to use disguises super often because the way his face changey thing works is that it just makes him look like an unassuming person in an outfit suited to the situation, so he don't need it. But he can hook you up. But that's up to the group. Nulai is for, Joanne is against, which makes me ask Katia.
I'd rather be present if things go south from the rest of my gang. So, wrangle me up a nurse costume. Do my best, Nurse Ratchet.
After all, you're going to need someone to open the doors for you.
So Nulai and Katia can look like hospitals.
That does make me wonder. Do those automatic doors detect invisible people or vampires?
Well, they're typically weight pressure activated, so I would guess so.
Probably, but looks weird.
Some are pressure activated, but some of them have the little detector on the top.
Yeah, it'd probably vary from
track.
door to door.
Yeah.
Are you entering via emergency or via the darkened regular entrance that wouldn't necessarily be locked up, but it would be strange? I mean, like, it's, you know, there's probably staff that come in and out that way instead of going in through emergency. I don't know. I'm not a hospital worker.
As unobtrusively as possible would be my preference.
Okay. So Joanne,
you probably have to steal a key card because most of the inner doors, like from when you try to leave the emergency area at all, would require at least a scan or a touchpad key or something like that.
Yeah. So do you go in via emergency, or do you go in via a quieter way that may or may not let you in easy? Once you make that choice, we can start it.
Quieter might actually be the more obvious one, to be honest. People are paying attention. In emergency, things are busy, everyone's moving around, nobody really cares as long as you're busy and you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So if you look like you're going somewhere and you know what you're doing, you should be good. And maybe just watch someone's keypad entrance or something, I don't know.
Yep.
That would be my approach.
Counter arguments or committal?
No.
Okay. So Sapphire and Joanne are invisible and just basically using their quick wits to follow along and make sure they don't get stuck behind doors. Not a big deal for Sapphire. Joanne will need to do one more rouse check for the unseen passage. There's no shortage of meals at a hospital.
That's true, but also No, I'm just gonna. Do I have to eat?
No, you don't have to eat for it, but if you do a rouse check, rouse check to activate the power, so your hunger might go up to 3. And if it's a 3,
Let's hope.
that's a lot of dice that are red. Rousing success. You are hunger 2. Hunger 2 is fine. Hunger 3 is fine. It's 4 and 5 that is scary. So, you enter the bustling chaos of an emergency room department. And of course, COVID isn't fun to roleplay in, so don't have to worry about that. But a regular emergency department, you see people in the waiting room, some of them looking bored, others, in clear pain and not being seen to because of all the others. You see people on stretchers, you see people, doctors, nurses, just zooming about. You can do a scan, but you don't see someone who matches the description of Emmett and looks like an orderly. You see someone who might, but they're very clearly a doctor, so it's a rough enough description. You could ask them, but you doubt it'll work. Nobody really bothers the doctor and nurse at first, but you should probably look busy before they begin to. And Joanne and Sapphire at the moment are not in danger of being bowled over by the rushing around, but they might be if they try to squeeze down a tighter corridor. You occasionally see people taking someone in a stretcher around the corner and no doubt into deeper doorways. It's an emergency room. There's plenty of ways out towards the back there. There's, reception desk. It's a big mess. I can't describe it any clearer than that.
The lead now is up to Katya and Nulai. Staff room or staff exit might be the place to eyeball.
They might need to check who's clocked in and where, if possible.
Okay, so finding a staff room is certainly possible, but you'll have to go a bit deeper into the hospital. You will, as Joanne mentioned, have to get through a door that needs to be opened in some way just to get past all of that and into the deeper hospital. If you look, if you look unassuming and busy and just wander around determinedly, you can try and notice an opportunity to follow someone through and just do it like you belong. Joanne doesn't really need to roll for this. You're just along for the ride. What would we call this? It's definitely a social role, but you're not charming or lying or doing anything verbal. So it's more of a composure thing. You're trying to look the part and be unnoticed. So we'll say it's composure. It's kind of a performance in a way. I guess it's performance or subterfuge, whatever you're better at, which is funny because for both of you, you have the same amount of dice in both skills. 3 and 3 for Nulai. None and none for Katya.
Equals 0.
Yeah.
Actually, I only have 2 in performance.
Oh, that's right. That's persuasion. You have 3.
But I do have body language, so.
Yeah. So you would get that added. So it would amount to whichever one you pick. I don't care. You get the same roll. I would say that you both roll it, but Katya, you can have a +1 from the. People would be more likely to look at the guy dressed as a doctor than the lady dressed as a nurse, just because people are biased like that.
So composure +1?
Yeah, composure and add your nothing.
Mm-hmm.
+1. So you get a boost from the fact that Nulai is next to you and is drawing more eyes.
Well, not many handsome doctors around here.
That is good. That is really good.
Medical staff are scary. At least to me.
That's a good point, actually. Can I look at your, Yeah, +2 social dice when seen. Fuck, yeah, you can have that, because People look at Nulai, the handsome doctor, in full doctor's coat and outfit, and they think that he's like a Grey's Anatomy star just wandered into an actual hospital. So you get your bonuses.
Dr. Drake Ramore.
blow him away. Blow him away. That Jesus.
Critical acting.
You look the part so much. You give off the impression of a Jesus. Let me throw that roll up again. It's amazing. Critical.
I know Jesus was a healer, but
and 3 successes, including on the fucking hunger die. Critical hit. All right. You look so good, and you feel so in your element as you are flitting through this hospital, and you see the eyes on you as you do it. And you see these looks of respect and admiration for someone out there making people's lives feel good, and it really buoys you up. You feel you're sort of intoxicated by the attention, and you know that you're putting it on, but that doesn't matter because you pride yourself on that as being one of your abilities, making people think that you are, cool, competent, calm, in control, and impressive, and it's finally working, and it's so natural. You don't even have to think about how you're looking and acting. It's in it's in your eyes, it's in your hands, it's in your stance, it's in your walk. It is so good, and as this just swells you up, the hit to your willpower that you took that time ago it just lifts away, and you feel whole, and you feel yourself again. You feel like you could take on the world, and ain't nobody looking at you or bothering you. And just like doctors, nurses, and invisible people on a mission, you manage to sneak your way into the. I'm leaving it for you to mark the willpower thing green, because I figured you would want to. There you go. Now you're full and whole. You get in, and now you're at a much more regular hospital area. Corridors, wards, beds. You can roam here fairly freely because all of the nurses and that, and the doctors, if they're bothering to see people today, apparently that's something they don't do a lot, compared to the nurses. They're not really going to bother you, and plus Nulai just looks so perfect and fine. In fact, Joanne and Sapphire had no trouble sneaking up behind because everyone was just so awed by Nulai's sense of determination and busyness that they just gave him space to do his thing and save lives. Some of them saluted as he went past.
Wow.
No, they didn't, but Nulai saw it because Nulai can sometimes... his mind can exaggerate for him, shall we say. Anyway, you're in, and you can identify a staff office-y sort of room, or like a staff break room. What are we looking for? I think you're looking for a place where people would clock in, I think.
Yeah, so that would be a nurse's desk or something like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be necessarily a staff room so much as behind a nurse's desk. There is an unmanned nurse's desk that Katia can just surreptitiously sit down at and look for it. Or one of the invisible crew, we'll say Joanne, because we don't want the NPC to do the work, can look, but you wouldn't be able to touch stuff and go through stuff, so who does it?
No. I will walk up to the desk and just sort of see if I can see the schedule. It's usually not hidden away. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, usually it's just hanging there on the wall, ready for people to clock in and clock out.
Alright, quick, just wits investigation check for a really quick pass-through, see if you can find something obvious. 1 success will get you what you want.
What's investigation? Alrighty.
1 success will get you what you want. Katia, do you look?
Happily, I'll give it a shot.
Same thing.
Wits investigation?
Yeah. All 2 of your dice.
Yeah, not my foremost kind of roll, but
One success will get you what you want. Yeah, you can easily identify. Are you specifically looking for the orderly, or are you looking for the doctor, or are you looking for both?
The orderly is who we were directed to, so that's the first thing I will look for. If I see more, great, but that's the starting point.
You will find an Emmett listed as on shift, and you will also find location of the shift. Apparently he's doing a lot of work in the cardiac ward.
And that's where we go next.
Not too hard to find. It's a little bit annoying, but mostly because you're wandering through a hospital. But as you go, it just seems like a normal hospital. There's nothing out of the ordinary, nothing creepy or vampire about it. It's depressing because it's full of sick people, but it's a hospital, you know? You feel fine, apart from the fact that you're in a hospital. You find this fella. He's busy, you know, doing orderly things. You manage to flag him down, and he's like, yes, nurse, can I help you? Are you new around here?
Well, you could say that. Mikhail appointed us.
I mean, I could, but we'll have to, like, find a closet or something. They can't, like...
We're looking for someone, that's all.
Okay. Please God, who?
I believe the name was Emil Hansen.
I knew it. You know, he's never had a day shift. Well, he's not here. You want to find him, or you want to, knowing who you're associated with, break into his office and look at his shit? I'm not judging. I just need to know what you want.
We are looking for someone who we are concerned about, and we believe may be within his care.
Well, I think he's in today, but to be honest, if you wanted to find the man himself, you'd have to go digging. So, I mean, I certainly know where his office is. Looks around a bit.
And that will have to be where we start.
Can you help us get into the office?
Officially,
I
no.
would really appreciate that.
Because that would be very, very wrong of me and could get me fired. However, when
Very
we
good,
get there,
unofficial.
I'm going to point out an interesting wall feature, and you're going to look at it. He turns and moves, and he leads you to office area, and he does exactly that. He says, "Hey, look over there. Look, isn't that interesting? That's nice artwork." And then you hear a little bit of Joanne and Sapphire. You don't have to look away, and you just see him literally start picking a lock. It works. It opens, and then have a nice night. I have work. He saunters off.
Everybody in?
You crowd into an office that could comfortably fit 3 out of the 4 of you. It's a bit jostly, and I'd say that the invisibility will probably be at risk. So Sapphire she just kind of waits outside. She's not that.
It may be wise
cautious.
to stand guard, after all.
Yeah. She nods.
Maybe, yeah.
But Joanne's the only one who notices.
Maybe we should have someone, presentable out there keeping watch, Someone who doesn't have to only warn, but could also delay, maybe, distract.
Excellent idea.
Be my guest
So,
if you're feeling claustrophobic.
Ain't nobody said anything about that. Who said that? Oh,
Sapphire in her,
just
invisible
do your thing, ladies.
whisper mode says, "Alright, I'll go into the tiny, scary office."
All right, let's see what we can find.
As you turn to God, and therefore you stand with your back to everyone going in, you hear another whisper from Sapphire, and she says, "I was kidding about the cute thing, by the way. Your ass looks nice in that outfit." And she goes in. That was a weird thing for me to say to Snip. Anyway, it is an unassumingly normal doctor's office with, desk, computer, places for a patient to sit and consult with him. What you do notice is a desk that isn't locked or anything. You can open it up and find some documents to look at.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of random medical documents relating to patients that you probably shouldn't be looking at, but occasionally you see some notes that look a bit sus. Something about good candidate here and almost ready for the knowledge there. You don't see Nathaniel posters in the office. That'd be a little too on the nose. However, in one of those drawers you can see some smaller scale Nathaniel posters. Not posters, really. They're more like little leaflets, but they don't have information. It's just the imagery again. You see a little pile of those that perhaps he gives to people. You find in his notes, in not a patient section. You can see it says elevator code. And it's a little reminder message as it says, "Remember, nice death triangle."
Nice death triangle, okay.
There is no elaboration other than elevator code. If you keep looking, we can do an investigation check to see if you get any further inklings. Just a very quick one. Won't take much. Intelligence investigation, and you can have +2 for the help of friends, though Joanne and Sapphire, trying not to break their unseen passage, you'll be the one who have to touch things, so you will be making the roll, despite the fact that they may be better at investigation.
Okay, here goes.
But they're watching. 2 successes, that's enough. You find some scheduling details about where his patients are located and where he's supposed to be working at various stages, and there's some weirdness in there. Because usually the ward has a name next to it, like cardiac or maternity or etc. A lot of his don't. There is a blank space followed by ward. Patients that are in this blank space followed by ward. Shifts in this blank space followed by ward.
I feel like we're walking into Silent Hill.
I hate horrors.
Welcome to a vampire game, then.
So it's very general. I don't see mention of Daisy LaRue specifically.
You do not see Daisy LaRue listed as a patient by that name.
Here's another question. Could I have noticed any kind of constant or trend with regard to the names that he flagged as good candidate? Like, is there a frequent diagnosis tied with that, or is there a certain type of age, or what have you? Anything at all? Kind of pattern?
They tend to be younger, and they tend to be of the more, funnily enough, fit and healthy variety. Got like short-term sort of things. He's never put that next to a terminal cancer patient or to someone old and broken, I suppose. So yeah, that is a trend, but there's no like gender trend or trend with their names or anything like that. It's just more you get the intent that he's looking for young, healthy folks. There's a few where you'd almost wonder why they were his patient at the hospital, and you start to think maybe these people are perhaps brought there pretending to be sick. You don't know that for sure, but just it's little things that don't super add up. Like someone with a bad cold, like wouldn't you just go to your general practitioner or take counter medicine? Like it's weird. It's weird. Like he is a if you're looking for like his specialty in that, he's a heart doctor, but he's not entirely treating hearts. It's weird paperwork. It's weird paperwork.
Well, comrades, we're looking for an elevator where we will use a mysterious code to visit a floor that might not exist, as far as I can tell.
You've seen elevators around. You can find the nearest one. Not too difficult.
Then I think we're way to the elevator, unless there's anything else anyone wants to look for here.
Ula isn't in there, so... nobody bothers you out there, though you do look nice. There is maybe someone walks past and looks a little... Waiting for Hanson? You're muted.
Thanks. Oh yeah, but you know, I'm not in a rush. Like, I'm on a break here.
No, people are just dying everywhere. It's fine. I'm kidding. Take your time, man. You didn't give a fuck. All right. He doesn't know where Hanson is either. He's like, good luck, creepy fucker. As you guys leave, and you can, go find an elevator somewhere, and you crowd into it. There's enough room for the invisibilities to stay up. You see the... what's the word for it? The elevator keyboard.
Keypad?
Keypad, yeah. You see the regular list of floors that you can hit. There's not too many. It's maybe 3 stories and then a B1 and B2. And then there's a button under that doesn't have a label.
That's the button we press.
Triangle on?
As you press it, a little panel in the metal next to it that you maybe noticed, but like there's a lot of when you just see little like flat panels that don't have any sort of connector, and you just assume it's the maintenance guy comes and he can open that and get into the machinery if he needs to, but there's no way to open it from the outside. As you press that, it pulls down, and you will see a little numerical keypad that would like 4 digits. 4-digit space.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is NDT and whatever numbers those would... if you're looking at a phone keypad, whatever numbers those would correspond to, I'll punch those 3 in.
It appears to wait for a 4th. Do you add a 4th?
Alright. Nice death triangle. Anyone got any ideas?
Would a death triangle not have a dot in the middle? So I don't know.
In Chinese numerology, 4 is the number of death.
Oh, right.
6384? Sure? 6384?
Your guess is as good as mine.
638 would be the NDT.
Mm-hmm.
You add a 4 on the end of your NDT, which you wouldn't have refreshed. Doesn't do an alarm or anything. It's not letting you go there.
That's good.
used my premonition, so I'm bummed there.
Sapphire is
Well,
thinking.
I would like to heighten my sight and see if I can see fingerprints or any like sign of wear on the buttons.
Okay.
Maybe that'll narrow it down. If not, it doesn't give us the order, but it would give us the idea of what buttons to press.
You can definitely heighten your senses, but I won't give it to you for free. We will have to roll a proper look at this. You can use your Auspex on that as your thing. Let's say it would be investigation, and it would be intelligence, because you're giving it a solid look, but you're not taking that long. But you can add 2 for the Auspex, so you get 5 dice. It's not bad.
Investigation, intelligence,
Yeah.
and +2.
2. 4 successes. Bestial failure, but I mean, I'm not going to say 4 successes isn't enough. You see that the numbers are a little bit frayed. You don't see, like, fingerprint per se. The material maybe doesn't carry that super well, but you see that there's a little bit of wear and tear on the following digits in order. 3, 4, 6, and not 8, 9.
Well, these are the numbers that seem to be pressed more often are 3, 4, 6, and 9, but still doesn't
Well, it
give
does
us
make
the...
could make a triangle on the keypad, but that doesn't tell me the order.
Sapphire chuckles.
Suggestions?
Oh, I know what I put in, but I want to see if you guys get it.
I mean, we won the cell phone thing already, so
If
we're
we're,
gonna
if we're
keep
going
score.
with Death Triangle, I would say we start with the 4 and try either direction. I mean, that's only 2 tries. So I'm just gonna try
which
4,
were
3,
the numbers
6,
that were
9.
afraid again?
4, 3, 6, 9. Brr, brr.
Well, are we in on 4, 9, 6, 3 then?
Brr, brr.
Well,
I can enter mine in if you like. Or you can keep trying.
I'm out of ideas. You got the numbers. You want any patterns to try? I mean, we could just brute force it eventually, maybe. I don't know if this
Is
some
it
sort of
only
lock
4
system.
digits?
4 digits is when it gives you the alert.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, 4 digits, you'll get there eventually. And I'm getting bored. So, nice death triangle.
I say 3, 4, 9, 6, maybe.
You can enter that, and it, once again,
God damn it.
Sapphire says,
Alright.
eventually this will be the last one left, you know.
So 9, 9, 4, 3, 6.
For fuck's sake. She leans down, then she realizes that will break her invisibility, gets back up and whispers it in Nulai's ear. Nice death triangle. 6, 9, 4, 3.
Ah, I get it now. Ah, yeah, I got it. I got it, guys. I got it. 69. Nice. 4.
69, 4, 3.
Yes, exactly. 69, 43.
Ding! That's the sound of an elevator going down. You don't feel accomplished. I mean, I guess Nulai can maybe feel accomplished if he thinks that the others are going to buy it. But Sapphire does feel accomplished because... I'm glad you asked her to join you, by the way, because if you didn't, I would have no way to give you the answer except brute force, and eventually it comes to you. I have had that puzzle sitting on my future list since before I did the first session. I asked maybe 4 or 5 people to see if they could figure it out. Fewer than I figured did, but they had unlimited time. The issue, I think, is because I give you 3 words. One of them refers to 2 digits, and the others refer to 1 each, and it's difficult.
Well, the issue, I think, is you need a licky kitty in your party to properly get that kind of answer.
Well, we had Snip.
I'm sorry that I have disappointed you, Gav.
No, I got to lord it over you. I'm happy with that. All right, go down, and you're going down longer than you would think you would need to for the amount of floors, because you're on the ground floor. B1 lights up, then B2 lights up, and then nothing lights up for a while as you sink further into the ground. So that's concerning, isn't it? But eventually, you arrive at a place. And the door opens upon a corridor with some... They're not closed doors, but they're like, you know, that sort of semi-open to hospital rooms. It's, you know, it's the hospital looking, not too much different from what was above, except it doesn't look like it gets regular janitors coming through. It's a lot dingier and a bit more run down. This elevator is along the corridor, so you have to sort of turn to the left and see rooms going down one way. Turn to the right and you see others. But you also see what looks like corners to further go along. It looks... Right now all you can see is the corridor either way. You can head left or right. What you don't see is people, but what you do hear is... from one of the side rooms, one of the hospital beds, on the left. Most of them are quiet, but you hear one on the left doing that.
Gotcha, why did you jinx it with the Silent Hill reference?
Oh, that was totally out of character. She wouldn't know what that is.
God damn it.
Anyway, let us
She's
follow
too
the
old for
distressing noises.
You hear Sapphire whisper, "So much regret I feel."
Ah, yeah, you could have been dyeing your hair tonight.
I do that every time I wake up. It is my least favorite part of being dead. Why couldn't he have stabbed me when I'd already dyed it blue? She says that as you continue down the creepy corridor. Hey, it's a bit of insight into her past.
Die young and leave a beautiful corpse, I said.
I absolutely did. Now, can we get back to the creepy room of pained people and misery? And this is probably not an appropriate conversation to have while we may be being watched by a psycho. Well, more than the usual number.
You breathing on your neck? I think we should be good for now.
You head down this corridor and you sort of look in. And in most beds that you look into are empty. The first one you see with a person in it. The person appears to be asleep. They're lying flat on their back. You notice in every single room opposite the bed where they would be looking while they're lying there. Good old poster. Otherwise, it's a fairly simple hospital bedroom with the usual amenities. They're just dirtier than normal. Again, janitor doesn't come by a lot.
Lovely.
As you move closer to the moaning one, do you hesitate? Or do you go right through and look at him?
Well, I'd, at the very least, check around, see if this is being monitored in any way.
You don't see an obvious security camera.
Well, I'm not afraid of a person in a bed. Let's see what's up.
See a young woman. lying there.
Is it what's her name?
No. She doesn't look particularly remarkable or recognizable or distinct in any way. Blonde, whereas Daisy was brunette. She looks a little older than Daisy. Daisy looks early 20s. This woman looks mid to late. As you peer at her, she looks at you. Oh, you don't. Oh, you don't happen to be real, do you?
Quite real.
I said that last time. It's alright, I can do this. It's just a little longer. She turns her head.
Are there any patient charts or paperwork or notes of any kind? Or did they just do away with that all in this?
This isn't
secret?
a land of documentation and fucking thoroughness.
I figured, but might as well ask.
Do you try to get her attention again? Because she has turned away from you at this point. She's just lying in bed, occasionally groaning in pain. She's looking at the poster a lot.
Well, I guess I can squeeze her hand, just see if she responds to apparently confirming someone exists.
She looks at you again and says, "You're gonna have to try harder than that."
I'll turn back to the group. We should probably keep looking.
Okay, this is weird.
If you leave her, you can keep going down. At some point, you say turn off to the right. A couple other turn-offs. It's almost maze-like. It's always just corridors. No offices, no break rooms, just people in beds in corridors. And some of them are empty, and some of them have people in them who are knocked out. Others have people who are catatonic. Some of them have people who are in pain. And it takes you...
Before we get...
Yeah, go on.
Sorry.
Before what?
We get too lost down here, because I can very well see this happening, I'm just gonna make little cell phone notes of each turn we made.
Nice.
If we have to find the elevator in a hurry.
You don't see
that
any
is very interesting.
other... Oh, that reminds me, because you picked an elevator at random. You maybe didn't all notice this, but there was a sort of feeling of motion that wasn't just up and down. I didn't mean to put that into it, but nonetheless. Yeah, it takes you a while to find... I assume that when you find people who look awake, you try to get them to say things, or acknowledge you, and you get a lot of experiences like the one with the woman, and you also get ones in which you just get nothing. But eventually you find someone who is sort of fidgeting. And they're fidgeting because they are strapped. Unlike the others, they are strapped down, and as you appear, like... They go like that. You're not gonna fucking break me. This is a young man. He looks fit, but not fit enough to break the straps.
I'll question him the obvious, but just see if he can be engaged with in any way. You're here against your will?
No, they strapped me for fun. What the fuck?
Sarcasm. That's a good start. How did you get to be here?
He's just looking at you in your hospital scrubs. Is this what is this the next fucking test? You're gonna pretend that you're here to rescue me, and then you're gonna start telling me about him again?
No, I'm here to rescue someone else. But you're talking, and no one else can.
It started out like a good deal. You know, like neighborhood action shit. I was down for that. Trying to keep the crime off the streets, but then they started spouting this shit. How there was only one way to make everything better. That asshole. Head points to the poster. I think I'm supposed to be grateful or some shit. I don't know. I don't know. They had everybody staring at these things, and it never fucking worked for me. But I guess my mistake was making it look like it did. I woke up here, okay? I went to bed one night and I woke up fucking here. And apparently I'm supposed to receive some knowledge by looking at this for long enough and thinking about some guy that is Jesus but for crazies, I guess. I don't know. But this doesn't seem like a real hospital, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die, so I've basically lost what remains of my ability to panic. So, unstrap me or don't, but fucking choose fast, please.
Oh boy. Is he human?
You didn't say fangs, but vampires can hide those.
Sense the beast.
Is that a rouse check or a roll? I can't recall. It's level 1, so I don't think it's a rouse check, but I do think you have to roll to see if you actually...
I do believe it is a roll.
Yeah, you have to figure out whether you find it. Resolve and discipline, I think you have a pre-made there you can hit. Button on the right. You detect pure, unadulterated mortality.
Shit.
He's just an angry, jockish type in a hospital gown strapped to a bed who has moved past the point of panic and into just, I'm annoyed at everything.
Alright, I'm gonna... Quick aside to Nulai, and obviously my invisible friends can hear this, but,
Yeah.
when we find her, how are we getting her out? Because that has obvious implications for what happens to a second person that we might or might not let loose.
Well, the thing is, if we're saving him, we can't let him take the elevator from us. So, I'd say if we free him, he needs to follow us.
Fucking fine. Oh no, he can't hear you, but that's what he would say. If you're siding quietly.
Alright, I'll turn back. Try and strap you. You stay with us until we're ready to leave, until we have found what we want. You'd be safer that way anyway.
Look, lady, this is either a trap or it isn't. If it is, things can't get worse for me. Death would be nice at this point, so sure.
I'll unstrap him in a casual conversation. You have a name, I hope?
Well, if you're asking that, then you're probably not with them. Jake. My name's Jake.
Alright, Jake. Let's keep moving. And then I'll
Doesn't seem like a lie.
keep on checking cells.
He follows you and he's fidgety. You keep moving, you
I
keep
got an
checking
idea.
cells.
I the next time we meet someone who's, a little on the wackier side, I want to try and talk to them.
Okay. Doesn't take long.
And-
Go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, while he's having that interaction, I would very much like to ask, Jake, you said they made it sound nice. Who were they? So that's...
Fucking... When they roped me in, they were like a concerned neighborhood, homeowner kind of thing. I mean, I didn't really know them. He goes into like a few descriptions of friendly-ish men and women who made themselves out to be like housewives and concerned husbands and fathers who were like, Shadeport has a lot of crime in it, let's clean it up, and you're a healthy young buck who probably wants to beat people around and feel powerful while thinking that it's a good cause, so let's have you join. And then it got weird. He gives you some names that like first names, I don't know, like Nancy and such. There's a good 5, 6 or 7 of them. I'm not going to go into full detail because they don't matter right this instant. Enough for me to have written them yet. So he names a sort of like group of folks who seem to be running the thing. He does not mention the doctor at all. He says that when he was strapped down here, though, there was a doctor that was doing all that shit, and he describes Emil Hansen, but he didn't name himself or like, he just was the person saying, strap him down, da 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 da, cold, impersonal, bearded doctor guy. So he doesn't have a name for him, but you already know that name, and the description matches the photo that you saw in the phone. In fact, if you show him, if you still have that phone and show him, he'll be like, yeah, that's him.
All right, sorry for interruption, Nulai.
Yeah. Nulai is looking for a crazy, I think. Is that what you said?
Yeah, basically the next crazy that, is somewhat aware.
Okay. Doesn't take too long. A bit of walking, you find someone who's just rocking back and forth a little, but he's grinning. What do you say?
Relax. Nulai is putting on a fake voice here. Relax. I'm here. Nathaniel's here. Nulai's at the same time like pulling off the mask, like, I'm here for you.
I guess my son now.
I won't make you roll because this is too fun. Is it? Am I finally allowed to see? Is it time? Can I?
Ready, my child.
What would you have me do? Where would you have me go? I'm ready. I'm ready. I survived the knowledge. I can do the work.
You're ready to be my... I'm trying to think hard for what I want.
Nulai stumbles. He's like, it's okay. Whatever you want.
You're free. You're free, my child.
Free. This is... It's like a riddle. You want me to... He tries to get to his feet, but he's very clearly out of it. He looks like he's trying to get out of bed, and he says something about... He says something about the name of a nearby prison. You get the impression that he seems to be interpreting this as a mission to go free some inmates, but it descends into more and more madness, and he looks like he's just sort of fading and is going to pass out rather than get up. But do you try to get his attention further?
I'll just say, like, what is your name, my child? Give me a name.
My name was Jerome, but now it's whatever you want.
Alright. I return back to the group. Yeah, it seems like this brainwashing thing seems to be for a cult, indeed. But they're off the deep end.
That much is clear. I think our trouble right now is, how do we find our girl and get her out? Before
If
the
you
sun
wanted
comes
to
up,
join
this place
us,
is
you could have
huge.
simply scheduled an appointment.
Okay, let's turn around and face the dramatic speaker.
You, at this point, Joanne and Nulai, at this point, Joanne and Nulai are both capable of seeing Sapphire, I would say, because she's kind of allowing your sense the unseen veiled, like she's not resisting in any way. Katia can't because Katia doesn't have the ability, but, Nulai and Joanne, you can see that, as you guys turn, to face the figure of a man in similar attire to Nulai, with a beard, who very much looks like Dr. Emil Hansen, who appears to have just quietly come upon you all. You can see Sapphire ever so delicately begin to move around with an angle of getting behind him. He is alone. He is not armed. He has got a smile on his face, and he asks, "Are you interested in our journey toward enlightenment?"
We're here for Daisy LaRue.
Ah, Miss LaRue.
Am I still hidden?
You are. You can also begin moving if you like. Doesn't seem to acknowledge you.
Okay, I will try. If Sapphire is angling for something that we are not aware of, then I want to be able to take advantage of it if I can.
She's just
What's
quietly
Jake
getting
doing?
behind him. You can quietly get behind him as well.
Cool. On it.
He is thinking, Miss LaRue, Miss LaRue. I am afraid you might just be an evening or so too late. Miss LaRue's treatment has been successful. She has been reborn into a new way of understanding. I am sure you can find her if you search hard enough out in the world, acting of her own free will.
You're saying that you set her free? She's no longer in the building? You'd have us believe?
She was always free. She came here of her own will and leaves with a slightly altered will, but one which nonetheless makes her very happy. But let's not worry about others. I'm interested in you.
Well, you already did what we came here to do, so I guess our job here is done.
After he says that, his eyes begin to alight with a golden sparkle, and I am going to... Joanne, you started moving after Sapphire, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's say that you're not quite behind him and that you are going to have to make a roll here, but it's going to be a higher chance of success than the two who are just standing directly at him, and this isn't something that you can really do anything to prevent from happening. As soon as his eyes go, and you don't have to be looking at them in this particular case, doesn't seem like the same sort of thing that you're familiar with, Nulai. Something is occurring and you need to respond. Let's see, this is going to be a full willpower roll, just the willpower button. It's the same roll for everybody, but the result for Joanne might not need to be as high as the result for the others.
Before we proceed, am I supposed to have 2 hunger? I thought I made my starting rouse check. Or was that carried over?
If you didn't fix it from last time, then it wasn't fixed from last time.
Okay, so should it really be 1?
It should be 1 if you didn't gain hunger on the rouse check that you've done today, yeah.
Okay,
Only Joanne failed.
so willpower roll?
Yeah, it's the one on the right, not the reroll. 3, 2, 5. So the one who needed it less did the best. Okay.
Dun dun dun.
Joanne, you feel the world shake around you for a moment before it snaps back to normal. But at that moment you realize something's wrong. And you look back to Nulai and Katia, both of whom are a lot less lucky.
Shit.
The world shakes around you.
I didn't even have to die to counter it.
Sorry?
I didn't even have enough dice to counter it.
But you
4.
can't double crit on a whim?
It's true, you can crit. 4 is the number that everybody needed except Joanne, who only needed 3, but didn't need the help. It's a tough one. As the world shakes around you, it kind of... It doesn't, like, you're not passing out or anything. The problem is, the walls are starting to melt and churn. And the people around you are starting to change. Not only the Doctor, but each other begin to deform and twist and turn into horrifying creatures that you know beyond a shadow of a doubt would very much like to rip you to shreds. The world is not right, and you are in immediate danger from 2 sources. Not only that, but you start to hear and shuffling from the beds. Now, Joanne, back in reality, you're also hearing shuffling from the beds, but you are not seeing the people around you turn into monsters.
Okay.
You don't necessarily know that there's anything wrong with Nulai or Katia yet, except that they're starting to not look good. Depends on how they act in a crisis immediate threat situation. I'm very curious at how Katia will. The twinkle shines out of the Doctor's eyes as he finishes this, whatever he's done. Do you do anything, Joanne, first?
What is Sapphire doing?
Sapphire is behind him at this point, and she looks as though she's digging into her pocket. This is all happening very fast, in space for a few seconds. She looks like she's about to do something to the guy. She's right behind him, and she's reaching into her pocket.
Well, I suppose the first thing I would want to do is check if there's any immediate threat to Katya and Nulai. Like, do I need to... I mean, I'm hidden at the moment, so I feel like that's probably still an advantage. I don't necessarily...
To your mind, they will act however they act before you can really be sure of what they're doing. Right now, you just see that they look a little off kilter, and the Doctor is not attacking them. He's just looking at them as the twinkle fades. So.
Okay, I wait a second longer just to sort of.
I'm just gonna hold. Okay.
More what is happening.
Yeah, Nulai and Katia, you'll pretty much be acting at the same time here, but to get an idea for how your minds are and the rationality of it. You know that it is each other that has turned. What you don't know is that this is an effect on your mind. You think that the Doctor has just done this to them, and you think that they are as dangerous and horrendous as perhaps you'd not want to see. So think carefully about how you'd react in a situation like this. You are not... If you are the sort of person who would immediately attack a monstrous threat, that's okay. However, there is a part of you that knows that it's Nulai. I mean, also Katia, but I mean, you knew who I was talking to there. So you can be like, threat that's going to kill me, also technically a friend, I am going to back away rather than I am going to lash out. You are not in berserk mode. Your reasoning has not been fucked with, it's just that your perception has.
So I think he's some kind of berserking mortal threat, but I still retain knowledge of who he is and why he's important to me.
Yes, you know that he's a member of the coterie. However, he is currently, like, with his arms are getting longer and spinier, and there are claws growing and teeth, and his head is like forming ridges, and you don't know if it's a Klingon or a fucking ghoul, but it's something. And it looks like they are just preparing to attack after the transformation is complete. And the same thing's happening to the Doctor. But they haven't attacked you yet, you just know with a certainty that they will.
I think my first reaction would probably be try to pin New Light to the wall, because whatever else might be happening, there's still the knowledge that the rest of my band is important for the prince. I don't want to. My first move isn't going to be put a knife in him, but
Yeah.
I definitely don't want him attacking me.
Okay. There is the other one down there, but he's not too far away from you. All right.
Well, I got the impression closer versus. I don't.
Yeah. No. It's a knee-jerk reaction. Katya would probably be worried about the other one after slamming Nulai into a wall, if that is what indeed happens. Nulai, how does Nulai react to this? I assume that Katya will get the drop on you, because I assume that Katya's reaction time to something like this is faster than Nulai's. But you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Nulai would. Well, nah, I mean, I have 0 athletics.
Yeah.
I have basically 0 physical skills here, so you can assume that Nulai has the slowest reactions out of anyone here.
I love this. I love this so much.
So, like, what Nulai would probably end up doing is what he would usually do in combat scenarios, which is, you know, try to defuse it with Mesmerize. Either, I would say that considering that there is a big hulking... I'm assuming that the guy isn't, you know, that much larger than the rest of us or anything, like he's an average-sized person.
Yeah. Are you trying it on the doctor?
No. I would try it on Katya. I would try to make Katya attack the doctor.
We can run this without rolls. We will say that Katya pins Nulai to the wall, and Nulai doesn't necessarily resist this beyond, but you manage to, like, in your panic, because this definitely feels like an aggressive attack move to you, you still manage to try and, you know, use your talents to try and get her off of you, so you start to say that. I don't care what you say, this is what Katya hears. And it doesn't work. But it's still a great idea, and exactly what Nulai would do. Because he doesn't really have the ability to comprehend that she's seeing the opposite of what you are. You just think she's a monster. So they're doing that now, Joanne. You are hearing Nulai screaming mesmerized stuff at Katya, but you are not hearing Katya react in any way.
Bollocks. Okay, where is our mortal friend?
He is affected too. I forgot about him. Yeah, no. He's not doing well, actually, because he's mortal. He hasn't turned into a monster, but he's sort of shuffling. He looks as though he's just been mind wiped. He's not doing much at the moment. To you guys, I guess you'd both see another monster behind you, but a little bit further back, you were definitely still closest to each other. So he's looking like he's trying to collect himself and not pass out, and he's sort of dazing a bit, and he's starting to just moan in a way that strikes you as zombie-like.
Do the zombies seem aggressive?
You only see one. The others are shuffling about in their beds and haven't come out yet. They will.
Okay, so we're not dealing with like World War Z kind of.
They don't look like zombies, it's just a dude. But
right.
Yeah, he's at the moment he just looks like he's absorbing the sudden change to his form of existence.
Alright. Well, I assume that this is some kind of like mesmerized kind of power, I guess.
Something.
If we knock this fucker out, does that stop the process?
You have no idea, but you have the ability to fucking swing at him because he can't see you.
He can't see me. Is there a classy move, but is there like a bedpan lying around that I could wallop him with?
You'd have to go get it from a room that might have a person in it. And it would take a bit of time, and while that time is happening, other people would move. You could hit him immediately with what's on hand, or you could wait to see what Sapphire does. Or you could go for a bedpan and you'll have to come back.
By the way,
what
do I have to roll for my mesmerize? Sorry.
You absolutely would.
So
if there was... Oh, no, rouse check, yes. You have to roll rouse. You would have to roll to mesmerize Katia, but I didn't make you do it because Katia was not able to understand.
Oh shit.
Boom, boom.
Like, is there no furniture in the corridor that I can grab on hand?
Not that's, like, small and smack in the headable, I'd say. No, it's very disused. It's just used to put people in beds. The corridor itself is really bare.
Fuck.
You can use your own 2 hands.
I mean, I have my gun. I always have my little gun
You
on
could
me.
shoot him in the head, yeah. Or pistol whip him.
I don't... Oh, pistol whip sounds nice, actually, but no.
Pistol whip! Sorry. Go on.
I guess I'm... Okay, I'm gonna take out my gun. Is that going to reveal me?
It's on your person. It'll reveal you when you shout at him. If you shout at him.
Okay, so just holding the gun is not going to reveal me?
No.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna get it out, and I'm gonna...
Kind of a house rule there, but I'll say no. What?
Just to sort of like start aiming at him. I'm still waiting to see what Sapphire's gonna do, but I want to get ready so that depending on what her move is, I can act with her.
What Sapphire does is quite simple, and it does reveal her. She basically grabs him, knife to the throat, and says, "Boo, bitch! Now undo that shit." Do you stay hidden?
I'm gonna stay hidden because I don't know. Maybe there'll be an advantage for another hidden person. So I just train my sights on him, but I wait.
Okay. Nulai, that didn't work. Katia, you're starting to become aware of the mortal at this point who is closer to you than the doctor monster is. You sort of... In the back of your mind, you can hear that the doctor monster appears to be struggling with someone, and you don't have enough time to really pass that out. But there is another potentially dangerous creature, and to your mind, much like the others, transforming into a horrendous beast. You don't feel safe at all. You feel surrounded by things that are capable of ripping you to pieces. This is bad.
Oh, I had several minutes to think of what to do next, and I had no idea. I still have no idea.
The urge to just bolt and run is higher than it normally would be for you. You think that, well, I mean, you don't know you're being fucked with, but you're kind of annoyed at yourself that you want to run, but you do. You don't have to, but it's a thought. Nulai, you really want to run.
If I had any control of myself whatsoever, I don't want any of us to run. I want us to stay together.
Yeah. You also feel like you're the only one left. But they are there. You don't know where Joanna Sapphire are, you have not laid eyes on them, but everything else around you has turned into a monster. You can try and... At the cost of physical action, which may not be something Katia is willing to do, you can try and center yourself based on the teensy, tiny little part of you locked away that is doubting what you see.
I'm prepared to take that risk rather than try to hurt one of my friends.
You can voluntarily take another willpower roll. However, failure will hurt in a way.
Is willpower something that you can
do nothing
take a rouse check for a bonus on, or no?
You can do nothing with it. It's independent of anything else.
Well, we're gonna take the risk.
Three again. It was 4 to avoid being affected. 3 is enough to claw back a sense of reality. Nothing you see changes. What changes is your certainties. A professional brainwasher just looked at you funny, and now everyone has turned into monsters. This is, to quote the kiddies, sus. You feel as though you should be doubting maybe how dangerous these monsters are. However, you would prioritize them as like Doctor Monster, probably worse than Nulai Monster. However, you're not entirely certain, and that urge, you're kind of having an inward fight with yourself. It will, this issue is going to damage your willpower superficially by 1, which might matter later, might not. So I marked that. It's tough to keep control of yourself, and it will continue to hurt to keep control of yourself, but you can convince yourself that Nulai is not the threat that he appears to be. You can also probably not convince yourself that the other dude is, because you're not sure what's happening there. You get the impression that the flailing isn't entirely BS, but you're just not super sure. But Nulai, at least, you can be like, yeah, you're probably not going to kill me.
Alright, I'll step back, let Nulai move, and just... because I feel like it would help to confirm my feelings on the situation. Give him a chance to act and see what he does.
Okay. What does Nulai do? You could also try and do the willpower thing if you like.
So essentially what's happening right now is that Nulai has been just let go.
Yep.
By what seems to be the biggest threat out there.
The monster that you think wants to kill you just casually stopped. But you still feel like it's going to kill you. Your mind and your heart are at battle here.
But it is hesitating. I can consider that it's somewhat hesitating.
Yeah, you can use that to fight back against the "oh god, it's going to kill me" feelings. Yes.
And I can also see the Jake, whatever his name was.
You can see him sort of staggering while turning into a monster. Yes.
So you could kind of come to a conclusion that, you know, if I wasn't turned into a monster, maybe there's a chance that it's in my brain, not me keepers. Or
maybe, but you don't have the feeling of that without pushing your willpower through the attack.
Yeah, I'm just trying to negotiate for a slight advantage on the willpower roll.
Okay, I can't give you an advantage on the willpower roll because we can't change that. However, I can lower the threshold of success based on the example set by Katya. If you get 2 successes, you can do it.
That's what I was hoping for.
You can go for 2. Alright, we'll give you that, you miserable bloody haggler.
Actually, you can willpower roll modifiers, but whatever.
You can, I just don't do it. No, everything's fucked.
I mean, I didn't...
Your logic is shattered in the face of fear and teeth.
Not cool, calm and collected now.
The sexiest doctor of Grace Hospital has fled. He hasn't pissed himself yet, though, so, you know, he might be able to recover once he gets away from the monsters.
Oh boy.
So, I guess you know, what would happen is if I still have to do something, then Nulai would probably just try and desperately yell for actions, but...
Desperately yell what, mesmerize stuff, or, like...
Yeah, basically, yeah.
The monster just... Joanne, you hear Nulai begging Katya to do things, and Katya not doing them. At this point, the doctor reacts to Sapphire's thing. He grins, says, "No." And then he turns to smoke.
Oh shit.
Katya, that is not something that you're really focused on right now, but yes, you will be able to draw a conclusion from that ability later, if it is pointed out to you. I think you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Turns to smoke in Sapphire's hands, and you hear, "Fuck!" She's already revealed, it's fine. she's looking at the others saying, I don't know what the fuck he did to them, but they're not okay. At this
I
point...
don't want to reveal myself, so I just kind of... She can see me, right?
Yeah. At this
Okay, so I would-
point, shuffling people in hospital gowns are starting to out of side rooms, a good 3 of them, and they're turning, and they look like they want to say hi. Also, the one who was closest, our friend Jake, staggers up to where Katia is sort of looking at Nulai and seeing what he will do. And you will have a moment to react to what he does, but Joanne, before that happens, you would probably be able to do something if you did.
Oh shit.
Okay. I really have no measurable useful skills whatsoever. I really need to work on some, like, kind of attack powers or something at some point. Can I? Oh no. See, anything I do is gonna reveal me.
Pretty much, but you get one good surprise attack against zombies who are probably not going to need it.
Exactly. Can I ask Sapphire to slap Katya or Nulai to see if they like snap out of it or something? That's probably not a good idea.
Do you say it?
No, that's a terrible idea. Oh, I do not.
For the record and for fun, Sapphire's response would be Nulai, based on a threat assessment she conducted independently.
Yeah. Ah, shit. Does she have some kind of, like... it's not Auspex, it's... What is it? Where you can, like, make people do things? Or, like,
Dominate.
yeah, dominate. Does she have some sort of dominate skills?
No, that's not her quiz.
Ah, shit.
She said before that when Mikhail asked her what she can do, she said she can sneak around, she can run really fast, and she has a lion on speed dial. Those are her 3 things. You do not really believe a lion would be helpful in corridors?
Probably not. Do we know where Smoke Guy is?
Well, it's possible you inhaled him, but only in part. No, the smoke is just flooding away in the direction opposite to the way you came in. So, like, he's probably not going to the elevator. He's just...
That was my next thought. Can we wrestle these 2 affected parties into the elevator?
It's a decent trip at the minute. You'll be pushing and shoving them quite a ways, and it's hard to figure out at this point, because they've been sort of bothered with each other, how they're going to react to you.
I assume by their responses that they seem threatened. We could assume a non-threatening position, like, you know, sort of hands up gesture, follow us this way or something, and see what happens.
You're invisible. The only thing you can personally do is, like, whisper at them so that you don't reveal yourself, or talk to them and do reveal yourself.
If I whisper to them, they're probably not going to hear anything, right?
If you get close.
Okay, I'm going to try and whisper to Katya. Because Katya is the one that seems to sort of have some grip on things. She let Nulai go. This
can happen before the zombie sneaks up on her, sure.
Maybe because I'm not affected, maybe she won't hear me as monster noises. Maybe she'll hear my actual voice.
What do you say? And I will tell you.
We need to go.
Katia, you hear a low, familiar, and very relieving voice saying, "We need to go."
Sounds good to me.
As you reply to that, you're still addled, but you're not. You're still you. The zombie monster doesn't really look like a zombie to you, but the slow plod forward is not. Your affected mind is telling you that this is a ravenous beast that is going to rip you to shreds. Your observation, coupled with your fact that you've come a little bit closer to reason, says this might be attacking, but it's moving very slowly, and it's getting closer, and I should do something. But
would I be able to
looks
draw the
scary
proper
nonetheless.
conclusion that these the shamblers came from the hospital beds?
The shambler
Or-
that is near you is Jake, who is not from a hospital bed. There are more coming out, and you can probably imagine that, but you need to deal with the one that's about to be in your face.
Well, I guess I'll just whip around and vent some steam and give it my most full-throated animal roar that I can, and hope I can scare whatever this is into finding something better to do with its time.
Intimidation. Probably composure, because you're not charming them, you're not lying to them, but you do want to look scary, and in order to look scary, you gotta keep your cool. You scream, and it's a pretty good scream, but it doesn't seem to stop this oncoming shambler who is a severely weakened mortal in true form. So what he basically does to you is he just sort of starts shoving with his hands and like he's still a sort of jockish dude, but he's seen better days. You see a monster scrabbling at you with claws, and here is the weirdest fucking thing that happens. On one hand, you feel claws ripping into your shoulders, and it hurts. On the other hand, where this isn't right. This isn't what happens when claws rip into shoulders. Where's the bloody mess? I'm in a lot of pain. I want to scream
That
right
was
now.
gonna be my. I think my next response was going to be. Joanne appears to be nearby, so I would just ask, "Is there blood?"
No. There is from a person.
If that's the answer that I get, then I'll just let him flail. He doesn't seem to be actually capable of doing anything.
Nulai, meanwhile,
Can I-
you are watching two monsters tear into each other, and it looks bad.
Can I walk over to Nulai as well to do the same whispering thing?
You can.
I think at this point, Nulai is just feels powerless because whatever commands he tries to yell doesn't seem to work. So he's just like, trying, not even trying to get up or anything. Like he's just like, on the ground, just trying to back away as much as possible to any safe direction.
You hear a sharp whistle, all of you. If you turn, you will see Sapphire. And all of you will see Sapphire, and she will simply ask, "Do you see me?" I don't know what the fuck he did, but he didn't know I was there when he did it, so I don't know what the fuck you're seeing, but you're all normal people except for that guy, who is basically just trying to bitch slap you into submission and doing a bad job. Also, these guys, who are probably not gonna be capable of much either. I think this is just maybe lots of smoke and no mirror. What do you see? What do you see? Crazy people, what do you see?
I think at this point I'm learning not to trust whatever my eyes are telling me, and I'm trusting what my friends are telling me.
I'm staying hidden.
You do you.
Nula is hearing this all fine, right?
Yeah, this Sapphire is an actual, honest-to-God person.
It's monsters! Monsters everywhere! Help me!
Let me know when they form an ink. No. Okay.
Don't worry, Gav, I got it.
Thank you. Okay. That, points at Katya, is your friend Katya. That is our friend Jake, who is looking a bit worse for brain right now. There are no monsters. They are all people. And Mr. Beardman has done a thing to your mind that is probably going to wear off. If you're lucky. Soon. I hope.
Open.
Do you think that you have the ability to quietly keep walking?
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
So I don't know what the fuck's happening here. I don't know if he's full of shit. But he said that this chick we're looking for isn't here. We can keep looking, but he's still here. And
I can tell you, I'm ready to walk right back to our prince and tell her to bring the hammer down on this goddamn place.
I like that. I like that. I like hammers.
Mikhail mentioned a torch. I'm keen for that.
Sapphire looks at you very closely. Says, Katya, this is the most important question I will ever ask you. Was that an intentional pun on your prince's name?
Oh.
Damn. Here I was thinking you were fun. Okay. Now, at this point, the zombies, the patients are sort of crowded around you, and they are doing the sort of slappy thing, and I would say that aware of people's various levels of calmness, Sapphire will, if no one else does, attempt to keep them away from Nulai. But everybody else is kind of getting the slappy slap, and Katya is the only one who sees it as monster grabbing, but you're used to it by now.
Can I grab Nulai and be like, oh no, if I grab him, I'm seen. God damn it. I keep forgetting that.
You can just
I'm
be
gonna
seen if
whisper
you
to
want.
Nulai, let's go.
Okay.
We need to save these people. We need to help them. They're monsters.
We can't help them if we're fucked.
We also can't help them without drawing far too much attention to what's going on here. We need to get us out so we can spread the word to those who can stop this.
Right behind you.
Okay. Given the time, we are over time, but I also felt like we could afford to be because our other Australian isn't here. And they're the person who needs the earliest stop, so I just sort of ran with it, rather than cutting things, because I thought this was good. I'll say that you guys managed to inch your way back to the elevator and get out of this hospital. Now here's what happens as you go. Over the course of the few minutes, your minds start to normalize. It takes a little bit of doing. Katya is faster, but the monsters just kind of start to look sort of half monster, half person after a while, and then ultimately they look person-y. But as that happens, this trail of zombie people that are following you slowly gets even slower, and like you can outpace them fairly easily. Here's the question. Do you just leave Jake, or do you try and grab him and take him with you?
He's the sanest witness we have. My only concern is And we go, is he calm enough that we can present him as someone who's being discharged if we're challenged on the way out?
As it works, most of these zombies, as they are released from the effect of whatever the fuck that doctor did, they tend to return to their original state. If they were asleep, they collapse on the floor. If they were catatonic, they also collapse on the floor, but with their eyes open. If they were moaning in pain, they collapse on the floor and start moaning in pain. And some of those that are awake start asking things like, where is he? Where is he? I can't see him anymore. Which you can assume is because they are no longer in front of a poster. Ken, why? Jake. I went from Ken to Jeff to Greg to Jake. Like, fucking white boy road trip tour. It was weird. Slowly sorts to... Fuck, what the shit-ass wank was that? He's calm. We'll skip over it, but you basically, if you tell him what happens, whatever, he's not exactly down with the vampires. He's just a clueless mortal who's like, just whatever, take me out if it's a trap. Fuck you. I hope you die in a fire, but if you get me out of here, I will. Look, the guy's a jockey douchebag. So when he says, I will suck all of your dicks free of charge, he's probably joking. That's what he says.
Fair enough.
To know.
Your disguises are still intact, and as you come to yourselves again, Nulai is still feeling alright, and you are able to get out of this hospital without me having to extend the session any longer. So here's what sort of happens. You can get a hold of Mikhail and Juliet, but they basically say, look, sun's coming up. If you deliver this person to the mansion, this Jake, we will take care of him and make sure he doesn't run away from us during the day, and then we will deal with him tomorrow. However, we won't have a meeting just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Do you attempt to contact Maximilian, who sent you on this task, before the sun rises?
No. I don't think so. Do you?
We don't know where she is. I think we need to confer with our command hierarchy before we get back to him.
Makes sense. So you guys would turn in, basically. Call it a night. And I think that's a good place to end it, unless there's pressing, immediate things that need to be asked or done. Flynn's going to have quite the confusing time when we tell her what happened, but nonetheless. Sapphire, thanks you guys for a wonderful night out, and hopes that the next time we do this, if it happens, we have considerably less creepy hospital. She says that, like, she says, quite honestly, she was kind of impressed with everyone's conduct. She can see why the Cammy's doing so well, and she's got nothing but good things to report back to the boss, and really hopes that things work out. She, the guys are cool. Just general, yeah, nice. Worked out.
Okay.
She didn't have to call for the emergency lion, which could have happened tonight, by the way, but didn't need to happen, which is probably for the best. We'll cut away as you guys are finished, and just do a little check-in
Foreshadowing.
with a different part of tonight, something that happened while you were busy. We see Mikhail, another part of the city. He is looking freshly showered, and he has a bag of clothes that appear to be blood-stained on him that he is carrying out to a trash bag. Anywhere he could be. It's late at night. Sort of a warehousey kind of area. God knows what he's been up to. And he hears a voice. Sheriff Mikhail. Yes? Who the fuck? Oh, my name is Walter. Walter Crimson. I had the pleasure of discussing some things with your prince, but you were out. I just wanted to meet you. In the middle of the night? Nowhere? That's a little suspicious, my friend. Yes, it is. I had something I wanted you to do for me. Oh, yes. Listen very closely. And he stares Mikhail down. And he says some words. We don't need to hear them. As he finishes, Mikhail says, absolutely. Whatever you say. Good. Have a nice night. And he turns. And he walks off into the night. Mikhail stands there, frozen. Bag over his shoulder. And he looks. Motherfucker tried to fuck with my mind. Why do they always do this? Ha! And he turns. And he vanishes into the night himself.
I was hoping for that.
Happy ending? Kind of? I don't know. Nothing you need to worry about yourselves, but it might get mentioned to you in the future. If it had have worked, I wouldn't have told you about it. So, that's where we leave Session 6 of City of Dread. Next time, we will have a kind of... Raptor used the term downtime session. It sort of is, but it'll be a more of a collection of shorter scenes where we'll be able to explore different characters and different stuff without having a mission per se. We can debrief, check in with Max, look to see if Daisy has popped up anywhere outside of the hospital. Elysium is coming. But not for a little while yet. 2 sessions, maybe 3, depending on what arises in the next. We can either move straight into it or not. Officially, it's about 3-ish weeks away. Like, the date is set. The venue is probably set, even though we still haven't decided if we want it to be a museum, a theater, or what. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter yet. Doesn't matter until the day we do it. Even though technically, in-universe, it's been set. We can play with time like that. We're gods of our own universe. Thank you, friends.
I feel awful.
Yeah, you should. I'd say everyone did well. This was like a success sort of session. As much as we didn't find Daisy, like, we had some real good rolls. There wasn't horrible, horrendous, embarrassing failures, and I mean, in terms of what I was intending, like, Daisy wasn't going to be at that hospital, so you succeeded as much as you could. You didn't attack each other, you didn't get separated and lost in the maze, which could have happened. That's why I made it a maze. You managed to keep your cool and fight back against the mind grunch, and also you made the right choice of not getting rid of Sapphire, who was kind of my rebalancer to make up for the fact that a group of 4 was now 3. I thought that was good. Anyway, any lasting comments, questions before I wrap us up and take us away?
No. Well, I mean, I just want to, in the next weeks or so, I need to learn some other skills, so we need to plan that.
You have EXP. You will have 2 more now. I will add everyone's EXP. I find it easier to add everyone's EXP myself than having half of you do it and half of you not, because half of you do it and half of you don't, so that's why. Ruthie can't aim. Well,
Rude.
Joanne maybe could. If Joanne studies and practices and spends some EXP. But yeah, fare thee well, everybody. I will be back personally next Wednesday with Final Fantasy XIV, but for more City of Dread, if you're joining us on the YouTube upload or VODs or whatever else, perhaps in the future there will be more, but if not, 2 Sundays, 3 Sundays, varies from session to session, but once upon a time there will be a Sunday, and in that Sunday blood will be sucked. Pretty well.